Hello, hello, everyone. Jay Pasco, Gazishin, KJ, it's great to see all of you. Apologies that we're starting off so late today. This weekend we just came off of a, as usual, fabulous workshop. The Coding Medieval Worlds workshop, which one of my friends organizes. So we were having very lovely conversations and lots of very interesting ideas being brought around in there. Uh, Also, a certain Wolfie may or may not have been there. But it means that I am very sleep deprived and running very late. So, whoops. That's okay though. Good God. I take no responsibility for the accuracy of the words that come out of my mouth at this point. Um, yeah. How much of a Shakespeare nerd are you? It's easier to show than to answer in text. I own this. So, yeah. Did you know that good old Billy Shakes wrote a couple of things? Did just a few. Much ado about nothing. Amazing. Who are you playing? What's the gimmick of the Shakespeare production? There hasn't been a Shakespeare production in like 50 years that hasn't had a weird setting gimmick. So tell me about it. What's the new thing you're doing? There, see? I called it. I knew there was going to be. Yup. You're Conrad, and the setting is a jazz bar in modern New Orleans. Great setting. Think that's going to be awesome. I knew it was going to do something. I've seen enough Shakespeare productions to know that the only unacceptable setting for a Shakespeare production is the the turn of the 17th century. You can't possibly do it in the turn of the 17th century. That would be gauche and blasé. What? Right? No, but like literally, a soft rule for Shakespeare productions for a very, very long time is that early modern England is not an interesting place to set Shakespeare. You can set it anywhere from, random ancient stuff, but hooray. Oh, Constantine, thank you. Can't stay, but want to say that you can exit and save for free. It's like quick saving that you need the schnapps for. That's a big deal. Yes, thank you. I wish they were a little more explicit about that. Also, though, it did save when I finished the quest cutscene. So, don't worry, we were fine. But yeah. It was lovely. Oh yeah, chat, did you all know that there's another Steam Next Fest that starts tomorrow? Did... There's a Steam Next Fest that starts tomorrow. Yay! The games industry is at it again. I don't know that we're going to go through and play demos. If you guys want me to go through and play demos, let me know. Because we can do that tomorrow. We can also not do that tomorrow. Both options are fine. So just tell me your preferences. And we'll go from there. So let me turn this way. Well. Better. I mean, if you have it, I will be streaming tomorrow. Sorry. Let me get that out of the way. I did not stream yesterday. So I will be streaming tomorrow. The options are kind of either more Kingdom Come or demos and then Kingdom Come, or just demos, depending on how time ticks on. Am I an actor ever? I have not. I have done pit orchestra. Why did my voice crack? I have done pit orchestra and conducting for stuff. I do plenty of public speaking. I don't usually put on airs and do characters. That's kind of just for you guys. Hello. How are you doing? Come on in. Okay. I'm not going to attempt to think of competent things to ramble about. Before there was stuff. What was the stuff? Yeah, no, it's gone. If I think of it, I'll talk about it during it. But what do you say that instead we play the video game? During, normal time. No, there was something other than demos. But yeah. We might do demos tomorrow. We might do more of this tomorrow. We'll see how everyone's feeling. I Relentless Glacier, thank you. Welcome in. Come on. Make yourself at home. I'm Adam. I'm a museum curator. And I have graduate degrees in medieval history. So, this game is kind of extraordinarily targeted at us. So, instead of just listening to the music in the background, what do you say we actually play it? Hooray! Well, it broke. Of course it broke. Apologies for the infinite... Oh no. Oh jeez. Oh, why is it all bad? Thank you. OBS. Very cool of you. Well, let's try that again. Paris, an essential grave for Savior Schnapps, grows mainly in clearings and leafy forests. Okay. Life is God's gift, and combat doesn't always have to end in death. If your opponent surrenders, the honorable response is to accept and let him live. True. That was one of the things we talked about in the workshops. There was a wonderful keynote by my friend, Keith Ruder, who... Oh yeah, I switched to controller too, so hopefully this doesn't screw me up too badly. But who was talking about, is this the spot where... No. Sleep? What do you mean sleep here? Goofy. Well, he's also does Norse studies, but was focused on custom law, and was really trying to emphasize, hey, justice and combat and law aren't zero-sum games. And so, increasing appreciation for this, that yeah, actually, this game does have a variety of intersections on how getting into a fight can end up. And that's a good thing. Nope, that's a jump button.
What is it?
That's not what I wanted. How do I crouch? There we go. That's how I crouch. Peace isn't, or just strategical amounts of violence, right? Enough, we will teach them our peaceful ways by force. No. Where is my map? That's not right. Seriously, though. Down is my journals? Why is down my journal? That's an interesting something. How much deliverance have I done since last time? Exactly none. I have delivered none things, so certainly no kingdoms.
Good day.
I've heard incredible things about you. They say you let a fully loaded hay wagon roll over you.
Hi. It was quite the show.
Is that how you usually spend your free time?
Oh, often enough. People like it. But don't think it's some trick. It's the real thing. And it's not easy. It's not just about muscles, but about your overall approach to food and life in general. Being a strongman isn't a trade. It's a way of life.
Yep.
I believe you. Getting run over by a wagon isn't for everyone.
That's right.
Good job,
Not
Arcanist.
everyone can do it. But I was nursed by a wild she-bear.
This
so it's
is...
no problem for me. Nothing's impossible. Remember that. Nothing's impossible.
How's life? All good?
Couldn't be better, lad.
Uh-huh. You were raised by a
You
bear?
were raised by a wild bear, you said.
You think I'm lying? Or you're just amazed?
Well, it's just you're the first person I ever met who had that kind of upbringing.
The first? The only one, more like, fella.
I don't know.
It was a cruel winter.
Romulus
when
and
they
Remus were
found
raised
me
by
in that
wolves.
bear's den as a baby.
So you're an orphan?
If we rule out a human baby being born to a bear, then I reckon that's a good bet.
Right.
Okay.
That was stupid.
Atalanta
What?
would like to file an
No, I
objection.
meant I was being stupid.
Boulevard Biarchi
About
would
the
also
bear
like to
thing.
file an objection.
Of course.
Well, there you go.
There's actually a surprising
Nothing's
number of raised by
impossible for a
bears.
man like me. Like I say, nothing's impossible.
Or was sired by a bear on one or both sides of the family. So there's a Norse saga where one of the character stories basically says, hi, yes, there was a prince and a princess and they loved each other very much, but the evil stepmother turned the prince into a bear. The princess discovered this. The prince was able to turn back into a human for one night. Guess what they spent that night doing? And then he got turned back into a bear. He got killed in a hunt, and the princess was forced to eat some of his corpse flesh. She gave birth to 3 kids, one of which was half moose, one of which was part dog, and one of which could transform his spirit into the shape of a bear and use it to maul people.
I'd be interested to know what you live on.
That is
I
a
had
very
lentils
literal...
for lunch and bread pudding for dinner. What's it to you?
What do you do, I mean?
Right now, I'm talking to you. Then I'll go and have a bite to eat because I'm starving and need to keep my strength up. It's not
Necrol
so
Saga
easy.
Kraka.
The strongman trade can't be taken lightly.
Don't they say a hungry artist makes for a good artist?
A hungry artist is a bad artist because no one ever earned a crust by going hungry.
I'm so confused.
What did you do before you took to the road?
This
How
guy's
did I
already
become
lost
a
me.
nomad? It's in my blood. This is my life.
So you've known the Voivod for some time?
Uh-huh. The Voivode is a good fella. I met him this winter and helped him with
What?
his horse.
I didn't realize you know about horses.
What? The only thing I know about horses
He picked up
is
the
that
horse.
They go around on 4 legs. The Voivode's horse died from the cold. So I dragged it to the camp on a handcart and we turned it into some first-class goulash. At least that old nag was good for something.
What can you do, Tomcat?
Me? Everything.
Yeah,
Nothing's
that's-
impossible.
Come on. Don't tell me you can really do everything.
He can
If
do
I
everything.
put my mind to it, try me.
What about swimming?
I've been training to swim in cold water
You
for
live in
years. No
central
one can beat me when it
Bohemia. There's
comes
not
to
that much
swimming under
ice.
ice.
I'd like to believe that. And seeing it's summer now, I have no other choice. What about climbing?
I can climb any cliff without a rope, just using my bare hands. And
I love
then
this
do a
guy. This guy's
backflip
so
off it
shameless.
into a pond.
Jesus, you're a madman.
Not at all. I'd be a madman if I trusted my life
Based.
to something as crazy as a horse.
Wait, so you're afraid of horses?
Hey, nothing's impossible. But I hate horses with all my guts.
They go
I never
fast
take
and they fall
risks,
over.
And that's why I'll never get on a horse. Not even for a golden goose.
You don't take risks. And what about your strongman antics?
No risk involved. That's years of hard work.
His
and
hairstyle
training,
needs to come
fella.
back in fashion.
If I didn't believe in
You and
myself
Henry
and
V
what
should
I
get
do,
together.
I'd be long dead.
He does kind of got that Henry V drip going.
My name is Henry, and I've heard in the village that you're a renowned strongman, juggler, and moreover, skilled with a weapon.
It's very
Is
well
that true?
attested for early 15th century,
Depends. Why do you
unfortunately.
ask?
I'm looking
He's
for
probably
someone
got
to help.
the most accurate
it about?
haircut in the game so
Well,
far.
It's complicated. But the short version is, a few days ago, I barely avoided the gravedigger's shovel. I thought I was done for. That's how badly beaten I was. And now, well, I'm feeling a bit unsure in combat. I'll need to regain my confidence, if you know what I mean.
Aye, that I can do. If what you say is true, I could really help you out, friend. I've been missing a good fight around here.
What would you like in return?
Oh, please. I'll do it out of sheer kindness. I don't have anything to do right now anyway.
Look at
You
this
can
guy.
pay me next time.
We can start right away.
All right? Follow me to the arena.
He's gonna... Uh-huh.
Shall we begin?
Here's a practice longsword, so we don't hurt each other.
I
Let's
guess.
see what you've got. We'll start with exchanges.
Oh good, now
and
I
if
can
you do
figure out what the
well,
buttons
we'll
are
try
on
something
controller
harder.
instead of on keyboard.
You're going to attack. Commit to it. Don't stop after a single strike. Dish out several. Now I'm going to show you a simple technique that builds on that. You'll attack from the right, then left, then right again. Attacks follow one after the other. And you don't even have to break through your opponent's cover.
So right, left, and then
Hello,
right again.
Bench Dude.
Exactly. You could also do it the other way around. I'll let you have exactly 3 strikes, so you're not wasting effort just flailing around. Why didn't you finish?
I thought I did.
See? That's the way. Again. Beautiful.
Okay.
Aye, you've got the hang of it.
And
Let's
why did
try
auto
something
does that?
more
I don't have to actually
I'll teach
manually
you
do
a real
this.
technique. You start with a slash from above, then from the right, and when your opponent expects another attack from above, you do a quick sidestep and drag your blade horizontally across his belly.
So I'll start from the top, then from the right, and then...
From the left. Remember, top, right, and finally left.
All right, let's give it a try.
I'll let you make 3 strikes just like before.
Uh-huh.
No more.
So we go top.
No. Focus on the direction you're supposed to attack from.
What? Why did that not work?
time from
What
the right
is...
direction.
Why is it not registering that? That
Why
was...
didn't you follow through?
What? Up, right, and then left.
No. Focus on the direction you're supposed
Huh?
to attack from.
What am I missing? Up, right.
You mixed up the directions. Again.
I really am not sure. I missed
Wrong.
on that one.
You have to make 3 attacks in quick succession.
Hello?
I said 3 attacks in a row. Don't pause.
It's literally eating my inputs. That's very cool of it.
No. Focus on the direction you're supposed
This
to
is
attack
so
from.
this is so mean. Fine. We'll switch to keyboard.
Where are you attacking from?
Seriously.
Try again.
What is going on? Up, right.
Why didn't you finish?
Up, right, left.
Why didn't you follow through?
What is going on?
See? That's the way. Again. Where are you attacking from? Try again. Ah. Beautiful.
This goofy thing. Advanced combat, blocking. Attacking the correct zones and blocking are considered more advanced combat techniques. Holding down the block button will allow you to block attacks from all opponents in front of you, however it costs stamina. You can just hold down. Does it let me do it? Okay, it really doesn't want me to do it on keyboard, I think. Or on this. Left trigger to perfect block. Blocking attacks at the right time will interrupt the opponent's attack. Uh-huh. If you want to avoid a perfect block, attack furthest away from the opponent's weapon. When you attack in the direction your opponent's weapon is, the chance of him blocking significantly increases. Chain attacks together in longer. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Attacks that don't pierce armor will reduce stamina. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Cool.
That's that then. You don't even have to use a long
How
sword for
strange.
this technique. It'll work with any other weapon.
That'll come in handy.
And one more piece of advice. Any attack can start with this or that technique. Look, if I attack from the right, your riposte will come from above. And that's the first step of this technique. Think about it.
Uh-huh.
What about other techniques?
I'll teach you even more if you want. But it won't be as cheap. And
Cool.
you'll also have to know a thing or two first. If you prove yourself to me, I'll teach you the best technique of all. Meisterhau. Also known as the Master Strike.
How about
Uh-huh.
someone else?
I'm sure I'm not the only swordsman around who could teach you something.
How could I prove myself
So,
to you so that you'll teach
just-
me the Master Strike?
One.
You'll have to defeat me in a sword fight. Because this technique only works for swords.
So all I have to do is challenge you?
That's right.
Alright, I'll be on my way.
Alright. I'll keep
I'll
that in mind.
teach him later. Uh-huh. So, just... Well, yeah, we're doing Mittelhau. So, my understanding of the Master Strikes is that this is a very goofy and gamey way of talking about them. Because what they are... Ooh, wait. Actual latrine? An actual reasonable distance away from a camp? In my historical video game? Huh. But right, my understanding of what a master strike means is that it's the core techniques developed by the German longsword masters. In other words, they're kind of the fundamental things that you're supposed to learn if you study under somebody. Not some secret spooky ultimate technique, as in the actual foundational strikes and guards that longsword dueling develops. So they're being very goofy and right? Such secret techniques as the most basic possible cut. Oh no, I did rapier, so like I don't actually know.
I'm looking for this friend of mine. A big, fair-haired young man. Likes strutting about and speaks like a noble.
Look, you know what? That sounds like the gacho we saw in the forest the other night. But he's scarp and sharpish and vanished in the darkness. I ain't seen
What
him
did Hans
since.
do now?
Sorry.
What's life like here in the camp?
Free, my friend, free. Your settled life, that is not for me. Being cooped up in one place all day would be the death of me. Nic nane prepuf aisosaro manolilo.
Why is your camp here?
Because
Give
we
me the
found
lore.
a gold mine here, but we are so humble you would never know.
I'm glad you've been so lucky. Would you invite me to a feast?
Nah, you might tell everyone. Then we would have to pay taxes.
You're right. Taxes are the worst thing since the plague.
Right. But if you do not have anything, you do not pay anything, and nobody will be any the wiser. Bokali richni nakalel. That is why we have to keep moving, so the high and mighty do not realize that they have not yet squeezed us
That's
dry.
not quite right, but
Our kind are birds on the wing, not cooped up hens.
It is a good
I
line.
would rather be hungry and free than have a full belly and be chained like a dog.
how do you make your
How
living?
do you make your living when you're constantly on the road?
Everyone
Knickknacks.
does the work he knows. Usually things to do with horses,
See ya.
trade and blacksmithing.
And what do you do?
Me? I make sure our luck does not run out.
Right. That must be tiring work.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. Playing dice requires wisdom.
Isn't luck more important?
Nope.
So vaqueres, gajo. There is no luck involved. When you have wisdom and a free mind, you accept fate. Lady Luck only smiles on those who know how to accept fate.
What did you say? It almost sounded like a curse.
Ah, that was just a bit of wisdom.
You mean a proverb?
Not enough. Maybe. We have wise sayings for everything, gajo.
And perhaps a bit of magic, too, eh?
Kora chacho. But they are not spells. We're very superstitious folks,
They are
that's all.
charms.
Nomads, you mean?
Ha! Romale. You will not find a more superstitious people
Yeah,
than us.
Magistress, the whole camp except for Tomcat is Romani, and that immediately makes this better than Kingdom Come Deliverance 1.
How'd you get along with the local villagers?
Literally, like single-handedly, we have more diversity
Don't
in this than
understand.
the entirety of the last game.
Is that something bad?
They are always unhappy about something.
Yeah, that's why I
But it is
elaborated.
because they are afraid. They are afraid of everything they do not know and understand. Then when we turn up, strangers with a strange language and strange ways, they shit themselves. They are more afraid of us than foreign armies, I tell you. And why is that? Because they know what to expect from an army. But they do not know us and think the worst of us. See you later.
Where's Mordecai? There was a man named Mordecai in camp as well. So,
Servus.
hello.
I apologize.
What are we doing? So, we found a Romani camp, and with their lovely wagons, and we were informed that there was a prophecy about us, Now, prophecies about us is usually a spooky news, and I was very worried about what was going on. There's Mordecai. And so we went and we spoke to the Voivod, and the Voivod has told us that his daughter has disappeared, which now makes 2 daughters in the span of the last, 20 minutes of walking around that have disappeared. So we're trying to figure that one out.
Greetings to you.
Right? Oh, good. We can do crimes.
What do you need, my friend?
What do you know about Marika's disappearance?
The whole thing's a bit odd, let me tell you. Nobody knows for sure how she went missing or where she went. And the Voivode doesn't want to talk about it.
What do you have for sale?
What do you have for sale? A dagger. For... not too much money. America, have I checked the Erd tree? Great question. A Burgundian hat. My god, it's so fancy. Look at us. We could buy, more simple, reasonable stuff. Or we could buy one fancy hat. I actually have a little bit of, right, I at least have a little bit of money. And it doesn't seem like it takes nearly as much cash to buy stuff as it used to. What do these do? Increases agility by 4 and sprint will cost 10 less. Craftsman and thievery, better in the dark. Makes running impossible and reduces health by 110. Wow. Makes running impossible and reduces all weapon skills by 2. Whoops. I did not want to do that. Okay, good. I think I want a hat. And slightly better boots. Slightly better hose. Slightly better hose. Skill book on stealth. Beautiful, beautiful. And we haggle just a smidge.
I'd like to do something about that price.
All right, I'm listening.
Even
Aye,
60.
You'll convince me with that price. Pleasure doing business. Take care.
There we go. Even 60. And now we get some new things. Nope, the Silesian cap. And the simple hose. And the carrot is a... Oh, what do you mean I'm not wearing a pat? I need to eat these because they are already losing oomph very quickly. There we go. There we go. So, Mordecai, do you know anything?
Good afternoon.
What do you know about Marika's disappearance?
It is a rich business. I hope she can be found soon. Such a kind girl she was.
Uh-huh.
How's business?
Borech Hashem. I can't complain. Or rather, I shouldn't.
What? Is something wrong?
Wrong? What can I say? It's more like I have such
We are in a
concerns.
different part of the country,
Is
so
there anything
maybe
I
it's
can
like
do
just
for
to
you?
have a better
Indeed,
economy.
You can. You can stop asking me how I am and buy something from me, young
Oh.
man.
You're mean.
I have the feeling you're not like the other nomads here. You speak our language a lot more, with only the odd foreign word here and there.
Don't
My
call it
friend.
Yiddish odd.
Could it be because I am the only son of David far and wide, and the rest are Anusam?
What does that mean?
Was klotst du, junger Mann? Have you never seen a Jew before?
I don't know. Should I have?
You
Henry-
must be from some very small village, eh? You have really never met one of my people?
I'm sorry, but there were no sons of David in Skalitz where I lived.
Skalitz, you say? I must remember that. Schönem Dank, mein Freund. Schönem Dank.
There we go. In his defense, the previous game. You're so right. Aranka, tell me about them. Please, give me a lead.
Dear boy, the crystal ball is cloudy. The smoke from the herbs goes with the breeze. And the flight of the birds? No. That
Well,
cannot
that
be
was like
relied
all
on.
of our arguing, except for like slaughtering a sheep.
Bird flight.
As sure as my name is Aranka. But wait, there is one thing. Last night I dreamt of a city of rocks.
A city of rocks? What does that mean?
I can only say what I saw, nothing more.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I hear you know some magic.
Thank good.
and
Well, thank
tricks.
goodness dreams are
Is that
still
right?
helpful. What did we
Kotuka
do if we can't
Penja.
have allegorical dreams?
What magic, Gajo? I am just an old woman who knows how to ward off trouble and hold on to happiness. My old mother, may she rest in peace, she knew all kinds of things.
You see, and I thought you were really, well,
Henry,
in short,
Henry, this is insulting.
witch.
Don't do.
Not
Don't.
at all. Fortune telling and spells are far cry from black magic. Black magic is a path every honest Manush avoids like a plague. My power comes from God, and I use it to serve only Him and good folks.
This is attested, in the next century, as arguments as to no, we're not witches. We're summoning demons in order to fight them. Totally. No, it's rich monks who say that. Or it's not we're not witches. My power comes from God. It's just fortune telling. We're just helping people. Right? So you see these arguments actually start to crop up as the witch craze begins to pick up in the next century.
how do you know when it's black magic?
Simple. Black magic is only used for the selfish benefit.
So this is, I'm
of
actually
fools
really
who
liking
think
this.
Only of themselves.
And is there another kind of magic?
Oh, Devla Miro, of course. The good kind that helps and comes from God.
And is it true? Do the spells really work?
The charms.
So hincha chipen androji vipen. If you have faith, then it will work.
Well, there we go. Improved scholarship. Yes.
How do you get along with the locals?
Badly.
It's always different. Sometimes the women folk could kiss my feet when I cured their pains. And sometimes they are more likely to burn me at the stake just for being different.
And what makes you nomads different?
You know, Gajo, nothing and everything. We live our lives as if each day could be the last. That is all. Try it. And you will see every sunrise like it is the first time again.
Well, thank you. This was good. I wish I knew where America's things was. But, that's fine. Journal. Wedding crashers, wedding... Where is America's tent? Heck. Rawr. The controller buttons are really not intuitive. I'm gonna be honest. Can I zoom in, or is it just going to keep doing... Yes, that is not what I wanted to do. Combat Arena, Fence Whitebeard. Okay, yeah, I just don't know where it is. What's skill teacher? Fisherman way on the other side of town. Gain access to the wedding party. Huh. Okay, Voivod, where is America's? Thank you. I didn't think this was America's tent. I didn't think this was America's tent. I don't think going to sleep is quite what anyone wants. Right, exactly. He said it was open air, liked being near the near the stars, but he also said it was by Aranka, and that doesn't really narrow it down very much, does it? Like, I'm mostly just getting hype. Spots to sleep, spots to sleep, spots to sleep, spots to sleep. And none of that is quite right.
Hail.
It says, I mean, I assume it's because I'm blind. That's usually, when something feels really well hidden, it's usually because I'm a dumbass. But, you know. That's not going to stop us from being stuck here. This is goofy. Pretty sure that's a universal experience. I assume so, but we are just going to, real quick, let the audio cut out. And we're just gonna quick let that be. That's not helpful. There we go. Oh. Oh, so I was seeing the right spot, but I have to crack a lockpick in order to do it, which I cannot do. So it is this. Which means it is that. So never mind. That does explain. I wish there had been some sort of verbal confirmation on that. Because the last one had done a really good job on being like, hey, we can, do all sorts of stuff. 4 available perk points. What have we got? Acquired agility. Or fall damage down. Uh... Drinking, horsemanship, knight trainer, saddler. Nah, don't care about either of those. Precise strike. After performing a show combo. Let's do that one. Combos. Mills don't super like us. People of the Forest currently really like us. Trokovitz hates us. That's fine. This is a lot of different social classes, actually. Hang on. Right, because we have civilians of various flavors. We have men-at-arms, we have nobility. In different communities. Hermits, woodcutters, tanners, charcoal burners, nomads camps, which have civilians and men-at-arms. Fishermen, farms, gravediggers, gamekeepers, and shepherds all living out in the forest. That's quite a lot. That's actually a really surprising number of materials. Or of, like, social specificity on that reputation system. That's cool. I continue to want that to be... Oh, that's Codex. Well, that's fine. There's a lot of Codex. We'll just conveniently swap between different keyboard and mouse and not when we need to. That'll be okay. Alright, we need to head back to Bozhina then. To figure out, hey, where's everyone? And then there's something in Troskovitz. And then there's more stuff up topside. Cool. I think that's our plan. Or I can run face first into a wagon. That's fine. We... Aw, damn it, that's still stealing. Not that I'm actually hungry, but... Anyway. Right, gotta say. Overall, reasonably pleased with, that introduction of the Romani into the setting. Right? Gave plenty of chances for Henry to be a good inquisitive lad. They're not being suspicious. They're kind of acknowledging some of the... That still is not correct. Huh. What is this? Who are these? Okay, those look like those are like Maypole adjacent. Mysterious. Oh, any mods around? We are getting a bot. You don't see it? It is currently auto-modded, so I have now taken care of it. Shoutouts to Automod for working for the first time. You almost never see Automod actually, like, mod something that's useful instead of something that was actually a nice, pleasant thing to talk about. By God, it's a miracle, right? Wonder if there's a bow around here, then. If there's a bucket with the targets... Does that mean there might be... There might be a bow somewhere? Well, none in there, and none in there. Because I could use a bow. I want to see if archery sucks any less than it did previously. I assume it doesn't, by the way. I assume it is just as awful. Wait, Roombas clean things? I'm right there with you, Peter. I didn't think they did that. I thought they just ride around... I thought they were just an excuse for people to pack bond with robots. What? Okay. Gords or hill forts, sometimes called burgwalls, were fortified settlements of various sizes established from the Neolithic through to the early Middle Ages. They were built using natural terrain or protection of waterways on islands or hills. Not far from Samine Fortress is the largest documented Celtic Gord in the Czech lands. The hardly accessible site, in the middle of forests of rocks above the confluence of rivers, ideally fulfilled the conditions for a strategic settlement. The Celts probably built an oppidum here, fortress, early medieval form of fortified settlement, or a refugium, a refuge from wars. According to research, the fortress had 3 ramparts and moats. Inside pottery from the La Tène period, and remains of masonry made from black basalt was found. This suggests the hill fort may have even been surrounded by a stone wall. Well, that's neat. I'm not really sure I know where it is and what I'm looking at, but you know, oh, it's in the woods. Apparently. Apparently the answer there is that it is more in the woods than this. Show me the thing. Show me the ancient site. Show me the ancient site. Well, there's some rocks. And there's some more rocks. And is that it? Some rocks and some more rocks? Apparently it's some rocks right now. That's probably for the best. Yeah, this is apparently on top of it. Is there an in-game option to dig for and date? Oh, I guess all of this. This would be the ring right here. No, there isn't, and there shouldn't be. People in the 15th century did not give a shit. Right, really need to emphasize that one. People in this period, absolutely, in no way, shape, or form, particularly gave a shit about archaeology. They undoubtedly found ancient things, but
there's no food for me here.
Found ancient things and really did work that we would understand as archaeology are two very, very different sentences. Right? So, I mean, lots of scholars theorize about, oh, what are dragons? Oh, are they dinosaur bones? Or whatever. Or scales of ancient carboniferous trees. And the answer is, like, probably no. Or the answer is, it's a lot more complicated than that. Like, you can't just say, oh yeah, it's... Cows. Hi, buddy. You're a short cow. Huh. Yeah. Lepidodendrons were a kind of tree that had scales for bark. Puppy. Hi, puppy. I'm not gonna hurt you, puppy. And so, there's some arguments that, hey, dragon stories, especially stories where the dragon is something specific, like, oh, we have a saint who killed a dragon, and here's the proof that you can see this dragon in the landscape, and it's dragon, or it's fossilized tree. It's not really euhemerism, right? Because euhemerism would be explaining gods as being actually human within the primary literature of the period. Right? The sort of modern, I'd call it more like naturalism.
Stop, or I'll ram my blade into your gut. I want everything you've got, right now.
But I have nothing to give.
It's instant, I say.
But I...
Are you fucking deaf or what?
I...
Fuck!
Someone! Help!
Ow.
I'm all yours!
Yep.
Bleeding, are ya?
Excuse me?
Show me your stuff!
Why did it not block? Oh, yeah, if I use the right button, that would do it.
Now you're finished.
I should use the right buttons. That would be a great reason why. This game is really not built for controller, is it? I'm all the way back here now. Game? Are you feeling okay?
God be with you. What would you like?
Okay, a lot of weird shit is happening all at once. Please hold. Chat, are we good? Wave if you can't hear me. We're good. Amazing. I'm glad the, fantastic. The save, I should have saved.
I challenge you to a duel.
This won't do. I'll chop you to bits at this rate. Put some armor on.
Okay, okay. Yeah. No, I still blame OBS, but when I switched from computer to keyboard again, it wouldn't let me walk around. I could jump, but couldn't move. And then, additionally, tried to, when I did that, chat just, like, stopped. Chat completely stopped working.
Need?
So,
What do you...
we'll do this again. We'll do this again. We'll get a better thing instead of a bad thing. We'll get something that actually protects us slightly. And then we will haggle.
I'd like to do something about that price.
Sure, why not?
Just one
Aye,
down.
You'll convince me with that price. Thank you. And a good day to you, friend.
Right, so. Let me just get rid of that since it's proving useless. My controller, I thought was going to be a better idea. It has proven to be a worse idea. So, we simply shan't do it. And then we'll eat that, and we'll eat that. But yeah, right. Right, there are various people who show an interest in past and show an interest in the... I guess we'll call it the material traces of especially monuments.
What do you know?
It is
How's business?
correct.
What?
Wrong?
Is there anything?
Indeed.
I have the... You speak
And then
like
we'll
someone who's
quick run through some of this stuff again,
Shane,
because I did not save. Before I tried to be noble and help somebody, and then missed my buttons. Did you know that missing your buttons ends up being bad?
Do you have...
Dear and of
Can you really...
but wait,
sit...
I cannot.
Anyway, City of Rocks is almost certainly the
Maybe I'm
dry
Look at
or the
them,
castle.
You see...
No, black my pa.
How do you know?
Simple.
And is there...
Oh,
And...
if you have.
How do you...
So,
And what...
You don't
Whoops.
really try.
I'll have a look at your web...
what do you actually have? You have all sorts of stuff. Wow. For a lot of money. Not the fly agaric.
You're a bit picky, aren't you?
Not the fly agaric. Okay. Well, oops. That went poorly. Let's try this all again. I know, right? I'm haunted by it. So yeah. Where were we? Oh yeah. Archaeology, or the lack thereof.
Ave Maria.
Who are you?
What do you know about Marika?
That's the Voivod's business. See you later.
Everyone doesn't want to talk about it. So, let me try and put a thought together. My brain is very sleepy. This could be take a moment. So, while there are undoubtedly pre-modern people in some places at some times who show a dedicated and real interest in the excavation of things they seemed ancient, that seemed to them to be ancient, and there is, generally speaking, a very common thing of being interested in the past more generally. There isn't actually a lot of evidence for, like, systematized institutional practice of something that we would call archaeology in the Middle Ages, and really, for the most part, in anywhere in the pre-modern world. Right, you're much more likely to see reuse of materials and trashing of a site than you are to actually see meaningful use. Or meaningful preservation of some of these things. Right, so in London, earlier in the Middle Ages, right, in the post-Roman period, we see all sorts of stuff that indicates reuse of Roman material to build new structures, right? You don't save Roman material because it's Roman. You take it apart and you reuse it. You see the same thing, right? The reason why the Colosseum is in ruins is because they used the marble, or they used all the materials, all the blocks in it for buildings. Because that is the actual main mode of interaction with the past material culture. Something people like to propose, but I don't think actually happens, is exactly that, Spicy Cowboy, where we have people claiming a dinosaur skull is a dragon, right? You do see specific cases where this happens, indications that, say, in an Old Norse context, it's Norna Geststhauter. There's a source that talks about how Sigurd the Dragon Slayer killed the second greatest.
Give me your money. This is a robbery. Please, I have
How do I pull out my weapon?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
How do I pull out my weapon? How do I pull out my weapon? Oh boy. How do I... R, isn't it? No? What are my damn controls? Throw stone is a G. Slow down your horse. Movement. C to crouch. Where?
Eh? Pray for a quick death, you bastard! Stay there! Show what you're made of. That hit home.
I have no stamina. Ow, I continue to have no stamina. Cool. This is so not... so frustrating. The stamina system in this game is the single most frustrating thing I think I have ever seen in an RPG. But just as a by the way. You're like, oh, the fight doesn't actually look that hard. I just have to be able to string together more than 1.5 things at a time. That's all I want. To be able to string together more than 1.5 combos at a time. Anyway, there was an Old Norse source, Norna Geststhauter, I want to say, that says that, hey, Sigurd the Dragon Slayer knocked out the tooth of the second strongest man in Scandinavia, Norna Gestur. He tied, that tooth to a church bell, or rather other people did. And you can go and you can see that tooth in this church. That's probably a mastodon tooth. Right? Like well, obviously the piece does not survive, so we can't say this with full confidence. There's a very good chance that what they're actually describing is a mastodon tooth. And so that's a case of a fossil being used. Up on the coast of Whitby is another example, where ammonite fossils will get carved into basically tchotchkes or pilgrim badges that reflect... See, okay. How do I? Not like that. How do I? I thought it was R. Right? I had thought that it was R to pull out my weapon, but it didn't, it's not doing it. Okay, it's 1.
Here's another one. Rich pickings today.
Why is it not letting me throw a stone?
I'll give you everything I have. Or... Fuck! I'll kill you! Someone! Help!
Come on.
What do you want? Useless!
Give me stamina, 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 give me stamina.
You're no match
Ow.
for us, fucker!
Seriously? I had blocked that. Also, the fact that getting hit rolls your stamina is actually just as bad.
Wanker! Show your stuff! Too slow!
What?
Do it!
I disagree. I super disagree with all of this. Do you assume if I have more than a single tooth? Not necessarily. Not, like, definitely sometimes. But the thing is, right, with a lot of fossilization, you know, things get disturbed. Earthquakes, volcanic eruption, tilling the ground, can all help disturb sites. And so it's actually really fairly rare to find significantly articulated material. Which is one of the big arguments against being like, oh yeah, you know, you see dinosaur skeletons and you go dragons. Is that there are not that many complete or sufficiently articulated dinosaur skeleton fossils in existence to be able to identify those as actual things. And so, you kind of end up in a weird way. And end up exploring that a little bit. I'm gonna give this one more try, and then I'm gonna see if we can't do more.
Stop! Man! Your best! What the? I've been attacked! Help!
Come on. What? Why did that other attack not work?
I've been waiting for you!
There we go, got a tag.
Come on, then.
I need a little bit more. Yeah. Facing multiple opponents is difficult. You're correct. They don't seem to be interested in doing very much.
By block!
There we go, got him. Ow. I disagree. I disagree that that wasn't a perfect block either. Also, I'm struggling to really build up much of anything. There we go. I strenuously disagree on that. I need to get some space. Get some space again. Get some more space. Tagged him again. Ow.
Fucker!
Up. Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? I disagree. Anyway. This is exactly, right? I mean, I understand how it says, hey, the goal is not to be, explicitly, one of the goals is, hey, combat doesn't have to be lethal. At the same time, hard disagree on, like, several things about that. Namely, there were times where I was doing perfect blocks. Like, not just blocks, where I'm sure I had the timing right on perfect blocks, and I still just lost stamina for no reason. Oh well, I think we can manage it. We got a lot closer that time. Actually, I don't really know how close to dead that guy was. Avoiding it for a while might be good, yeah. Unfortunately, he's kind of directly in the way I want to go. Like, I want to get up here, because I know there's supposed to be a bow up on this cliff. And so, this is like the spot that the people are. So I'm not even getting a chance here. It is going to be difficult to get around them. I am going to try. But it is going to be quite difficult.
Can I be of any help?
You can pray. Oh. Say your prayers.
Oh, angel of God, my guardian.
Well. Sorry, guy. I was hoping to save that guy, but, nope. Is just not in the cards. Ah! No, well. Like, I can't do much about it. So, we tried. I gave it several good attempts. the combat in this game is, I think, still bad, actually. Which is really unfortunate. I was hoping that was something they would kind of commit to streamlining in the sequel over the first game. But they really do seem to be completely committed to the idea that a core pillar of accuracy is German longsword fencing. Like, that's just a part of the big part of their opinion on what matters. And so they're gonna keep leaning into it. Are other weapons better? Oh, that would involve having other weapons. But I also was not getting options to talk to those guys or do, like, anything useful here. So, yeah. There it is. A lot of Mascaria around here. Consider casting Fireball. God, I wish. The ability to cast Fireball would do so much good. Ponder some orbs, maybe? We could try it. Can't hurt. But also, I thought there was supposed to be an archery camp up here on the cliff. That is literally what we were told. Is that there's a camp with an... And she practices doing archery up here. Well, shit. Treasure hunters? No.
Everyone get over here!
Hi.
Listen to him and
One.
get out!
2. Go on! What? You just crash in here? Finish that! And with a weapon? What kind of a man are you? 10!
Get out before there's any...
Well, this is unfortunate. Yep, thank you.
You can't stand up to this! Fucking hell!
Show what you're made of.
What? I don't agree. I got no thing on that.
I'm all yours!
Don't... Uh-huh. Damn it.
Show what you're made of.
Oh, whoa. Why did I go over that?
Hey!
You wanna
Why am I
try
jumping
me?
instead of dodging?
All yours.
Ha! No chance.
Uh-huh.
You want to try me?
Right, I feel like it's supposed to be a sentence. Okay. Glad I could dodge that.
Stand up to this.
Glad I got chances to dodge it. I disagree. Thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you. Cool. Right. The goal is to discourage doing this. The goal is to discourage ending up in fights with multiple people. But it's not like I really got much of a choice in that matter. I tried to hit buttons, but... You want to know how they expect you to reply to someone doing this? Right. Oh. You want to know how I do a contextual reply? I hold Q and I press 1. Does anyone notice the fucking problem with holding Q and pressing 1 as, like, your quick reply dialogue? That's a problem with this, yes. One is the weapon button. In addition, I would like to ask one very important question. How am I supposed to roll from Q to 1? Well, also, you know, moving or keeping my hand on WASD. Or, you know, otherwise anything that looks like modern game controls. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? I'm not even gonna, like, yeah, neat. So, yeah, this has been awful.
How do you get along?
It's all
And what makes...
you know, we live tried.
That made all of that
I'm
atrocious.
just my black my power
How do...
simple.
And is there...
Oh,
And...
if you have
That was no good, very bad. Right, I mean, Q number pad makes sense, except that you're supposed to, pinky up to Q and ring finger move. Both options on that are bad. But also, your shift is your sprint button. And C is your crouch button. And all told, it's like, any combination, I think the answer is someone has polytactily, and they just use their 6th finger. Because, yeah, this is something. Just, yeah, scrunch the whole hand down. We're gonna go somewhere else. We're just gonna walk... Hold the key with your nose. Uh-huh. Right. I have a hot take while we're in the ad break here, and I am walking that through the same patch of land for the 7th time. If your game has so many buttons that you have to ask the player to make super uncomfortable moves, and without an easy way of changing some of that, you have too many buttons. Have fewer mechanics in your video game. Just because a keyboard has about 50 buttons does not mean that you have to use 50 buttons. Because notably, unlike say, I don't know, a shooter game, like a Bioshock, where yes, it uses 1 through 8 for a variety of things, and so you may have to be moving on the fly. You can use your scroll wheel for all of those, right? You can scroll through your weapons fairly easily. So, you know, I think they could have cooked it for a bit longer to either, 1, make the controller scheme intuitive, or 2, made it so you had the correct number of buttons? Like, the number of buttons you need for a game is the number of buttons that fit on a modern controller. If you really want to be fancy, my controller has little flappities on the back. They pretty much do nothing because no game acknowledges having them. But if you really want to be fancy, that gives you 4 face buttons, 2 joysticks, a D-pad, 4 shoulder buttons, and 2 in the back. If you can't figure out how to make your game work with that number of buttons, make a different game. Because this just ain't it. I'm simply not fluid enough with mouse and keyboard.
What was that? What's that sound?
Nothing. I didn't realize you were home. There was someone there. Honestly. Yeah. The castle's pretty. Well, alright. So, guess what? It's looking an awful lot like I'm having the same complaints with this game at hour 5 that I had at hour 5 in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Which is kind of unfortunate. It is still just really weird, though, to me, that they've identified Hima's sword fighting as a central pillar of their historical accuracy. Oh, I recommend simply not being left-handed. Like, yes, you could rebind everything to be on, like, IJKL. Or numpad. But you're not going to know how that, whether or how that feels comfortable. So, anyway, Bojana, you apparently hate the Romani troop?
I wanted to ask you something else about Pavlena.
Also Pavlena.
Do you think anyone might want to hurt?
We have 2 missing
These
daughters.
are evil times, Henry. I dread to think what could happen to a young girl alone
So
on
this
the
is
road.
Bojana.
And
She
besides,
healed us, and now we're going to
the
accuse
folk
her of being
in
racist.
Truscovitz ain't too fond of us.
What have the Truscovitz people got against you? Did something happen?
I'd rather not talk about it, Henry. I wouldn't want you to get the wrong impression about us.
You live completely alone in the middle of the woods.
Henry.
Don't you
Henry.
think I've already got a bad enough impression of you?
And where else would we live, you genius?
Henry,
when
what
we're
the
not
hell?
Wanted? Don't go digging up old wrongs, Henry. And don't insult us.
Seriously?
Where exactly was Pavlena going?
To Troskovitz. She was taking wicker baskets she'd made. She sells them there. Sometimes it takes... I have a...
I'm looking for Marika, and I heard you know her.
I do. I know her quite
We
well.
were angered
in
at
fact. But
slightly racist grandma.
what do you want from her?
She's lost, and I'm trying to find her.
Henry, I think you'd best leave her alone.
Why? If she's in danger, I can help her.
Marika was here with her lover, but he was in rough shape. Blood everywhere.
What? Her lover? What happened?
Aye, with Bohush from Samin. Poor girl. She was terribly afraid of something. I begged them to stay here. Said they were in no danger here. But nothing came of it.
I see.
I went to pick some herbs.
Do you know who she was so afraid of?
Presumably her
Everyone,
father.
As far as I know.
Oh, everyone.
Her own family and the people of Samin.
How come?
Incredible.
Most didn't approve of her relationship with Bohush.
Yeah.
Both families took it as an affront to their honor.
Well, you know, that's fair.
But that's all
Actually.
I know.
A spin. Look at the big spin.
Do you know what happened to them?
Sadly, I don't. Marika
Hello,
was
Gabby.
terrified.
Do you have any idea?
Marika told me a few times about a cave chamber
Thank you.
in Apollonia.
And thank
But
you for
I've
the
never
30
been
bits
there
for the
myself.
big spin.
In Apollonia?
At least you can see how scared she was to stay.
Do you know where?
I do. You start from Trotsky and go in the direction where the woodcutters cleared the biggest gap in the forest.
And the Kozai.
entrance should be the valley. There should be one little rock wedged between two big ones. I remember that because Marika told me that she
This is looking for
sometimes
Marika.
feels just as small.
We're looking for both
like
of them.
she's stuck between two big worlds.
But we've
you.
now identified a
I'll
second
try to find her there.
Well,
daughter who has gone missing.
that's all I know of.
All right.
It was good to see you, my friend.
So I suppose that means we should probably start heading back towards... well, we'll ask about Mutt. That's what we'll do. We'll head up the direction that we need to go to ask about Mutt. And that'll take us back towards... Troskovitz eventually. And we will continue to not steal things. The number of articles I have seen of, oh wow, I'm so impressed that they won't let me fully murder Hobo and just rob everybody blind. And it makes the game so much harder. It's like, no shit. I can't relate. I get sad if I choose the mean option in a video game. I get angry when my characters say things like dumbasses that is not what I intended them to say. What are all of your problems? Being like, oh yeah, we'll just, you know, freely rob everyone blind and then get surprised when they figure it out.
Keep the peace, and we won't have any problems.
Okay. Lodgings. But more importantly... Is there a bucket I can kind of wash myself clean in? There is a bucket. You have trouble playing Sims because given the option you want to go Super Pacifist. And unfortunately Super Pacifist also, kind of sucks.
The Lord be with you. What do you need?
Gambling.
I have a bit of coin again, and I'd like to throw it around. Should we play dice?
What game would you like to play?
Wagoners.
Let's play.
It's not a lot, but it'll get us food.
Come on then, show us what you can do. Unless you're
Goal of
playing
2,000.
First time.
Ooh, awful. Awful, 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 awful. You know, I hate those times where you're trying to be peaceful or nice, or the NPCs
Let it be now.
get
I'm
mad.
gonna play too, you know?
Good first turn. You're trying to be peaceful and nice, and NPCs get mad, and it's the wrong choice, so you're just like, oh. Right? Feels so very bad. Yeah, okay.
Damn it. They're yours, lad.
Even cheating. With 2 different cheating dice, by the way. I keep the whole thing. Was what, 550? That was a good hand.
Blessings to you.
Even fully cheating with 2 dice that I am very suspicious of, this man is still losing.
Like this.
What? He let it sit? Isn't that a full 6? Isn't that a full 6?
It's a good thing you don't throw like that all the time.
Whew, that was nearly real awkward. We can do another one safely.
You lost your mind? You're going to lose everything.
Wait, I've already out victory, aren't I? I'm already at done. Sorry, I was getting too into it because I can get giant.
Greetings, friend.
Well, good day.
Hello, I would like to ask you about my dog.
My dog got lost not far from here. Did you see him by any chance?
Tell me about the dog.
Dogs round here for a while.
Why is he running
There's
with wolves?
in the forest causing problems.
This darn
Just
dog.
the other day, a shepherd boy from Copenina complained that his sheep were being eaten by the flea-ridden beasts.
Where can I find this shepherd?
Siegfried, he has a hut at Copenina. It's just below the castle, on the back slope of the hill.
I'm not used to it being that low. I'm used to playing
You
to
haven't
10k.
heard anything else about wild dogs?
Here, in the tavern? No. But there was a fella here who gets by doing a bit of poaching. He said once he was hunting when, right in front of him, a large pack attacked a deer. A mix of wolves and dogs, he said. That's not something you see every day.
Do you know where that was?
How would I know where he goes hunting? But I'd say it was in the forest.
No shit.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a friend of mine.
What do you...
He's not from round here, but...
Let me guess. A dirty ruffian who ain't got a groschen to his name but acts like he owns the bloody place.
Yeah, that's him.
He was here then?
Aye, he was. He was larging it up, good and proper, and then he found some lads who paid his bill, unfortunately.
What do you mean by that? Why unfortunately?
Because they're right ruffians who are
Of course
always
they
up
are.
to no good. But still, birds of a feather, eh? In the end, they left like best pals, but I got no idea where they went.
Of course.
Here, innkeeper?
Vostatek, Lord von Berghoff's huntsman, is a regular here. He might have some work for you.
Ooh.
He's got a cottage near Vidlark Pond. So if you know your way round the woods, you could go and offer him your help. But I hope he hasn't started drinking somewhere else. He's my best customer. One more thing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to believe
Found that
this,
already.
But 2 local lads claim they found a water goblin's
Right,
treasure.
we leave Hans alone for 1 day.
You have a water goblin here?
It would be a wonder if we didn't, with all the ponds around. He's got a hut nearby.
Tell
If
me
you
more.
follow the right bank of the Rock Tower Pond, you'll find it hidden in the reeds.
Uh-huh.
Where did you say the water goblin's hut was?
If you follow...
You have a water goblin?
It would...
Yeah. What did they
What
find?
did they find there? Are you sure they didn't make it up?
I thought so too at first. They're foolish lads,
Alright,
so
I think
wouldn't be
it's
surprised.
absolutely hysterical.
Then they ordered wine and paid with silver. Their purse was
That,
jingling with groschen.
Would you happen to know where I could find these lads?
They often swim at the other side of the rock.
Thanks.
Any other news?
Recently, a bunch of charcoal burners who have
Okay.
their kilns on the hill above the Kirkland
Yeah.
pond came here to have a beer. I started talking to them and they told me they almost didn't make it.
Why?
They said a pack of wolves
The state
came
wolves
after
again.
them.
Aren't wolves afraid of people?
That's what I thought too. It's strange.
And also wolves that are actually, like, being wolves.
Did they tell you where it happened?
In a gorge above the rock tower pond.
Like, wolves being
noticed
afraid of
wolves
people,
watching
and
them from the
broadly
rocks.
speaking,
If you
not really a
climb up
threat.
those rocks, you'll be able to see
Threat
the
to your
whole
livestock,
pond
but
from
not threat
there.
to your people. Most of the time, unless if there's something really funky going on.
Did they tell you how large the pack was?
They mentioned 3 wolves, but God knows if that's all of them.
Do you have any more news?
By the way, we've put together this wee fight
Not
club.
particularly, have you seen...
Would you like to try it?
That sounds good. What's it about?
It actually came about by chance when the miller Crazel and me
Uh-huh.
bet on who has the stronger hired hands. Then other blokes from the village joined in, and it's become somewhat of a tradition. And
Yeah.
that's pretty much everything.
Thank you.
Keeper. That sounds interesting.
That was so many things. That was so many things. That was so many things. Ooh. Want to do a study on how wolves are treated as level 1 enemies who attack on sight in games? And how it reflects social attitudes towards wolves. Please hang on just a sec. Let's see if I got the notes somewhere. Because the advantage of, you know, watching the channel a bunch means that you get, guys, right? You get channel points. And certain people sometimes spend many of these channel points, in order to do design diatribes. And some of those design diatribes, at some point... where do I not have it saved? There we go. Sometimes, maybe possibly, turn into wolves and needlessly hurting puppers. I'll do a research time after this. It looks like I have to take this call, so give me just a moment. Okay? I'll be back soon. My apologies for that. Alright. So, let's get back to this. Well, I need to go over here. Research time, on wolves. Alright. Well, wolves, medieval Bohemia. Let's see what we've got. Random bullshit AI overviews. Hate that for us. That's all questionable. That's all super questionable. That's modern. I love when the AI overview and the scholarly PDF say exactly opposite things. This is a Czech national park. So this is looking right. So Šumava National Park Administration in Shushitska in Kasperská Hory, and Czech University of Life Sciences Prague. That seems like a reasonably reliable research material, right? Data collection, blah, 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 results and confirmation. This is looking at pretty recent, basically. So this is all 20th century, pretty recent, pretty recent. Let's see, no, middle? Is it Middle Ages? Okay. So, oh, that's right up at the top here. Inhabit landscapes are altered and fragmented, yada yada. Wolf as a native species probably used to be widespread throughout Bohemia. Similarly to other large carnivores, it was intensively persecuted and hunted by man in the past. As a result, the wolf was probably uncommon in Bohemia already in the Middle Ages. A temporary increase in the wolf population was recorded in the period of the 30 Years' War, so in the 17th century. In the 18th century, however, the numbers declined again, and the species gradually disappeared from many regions. In the 19th century, the wolf was subjugated to hunting in Bohemia, but only in rare cases, probably representing significant vagrant individuals. The longest existence of the wolf is documented in the Šumava Mountains, where the last individuals from the original population died in 1891 to 1894. So there you go. There's some... oh, it's raining and evening in game. That's something. So there's a reasonable overview. This is probably just very common in medieval... right? Sorry. Very common in medieval Europe in general. Tragic. What an absolutely tragic sentence. Wolves are a common opponent encountered in the medieval world of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This is so sad, chat. But yeah, right, generally speaking, wolves were considered bad. And were considered a threat to civilized society. So they gain, right, they gain the association of outlawry, being like the definition of the asocial animal. And so they're hunted intensively throughout the early Middle Ages, and by the 1400s, wolves are really quite rare in a lot of places. Ooh. What's happening here? Council of Bohemian Birds and Beasts. What is this story? Because this is actually directly in this period. As we commemorate the 800th anniversary of the signing of the Magna Carta, it's interesting to reflect that England was not the only country in medieval Europe where the interests of the king clashed with those of his barons. When he faced his father Charles IV as King of Bohemia in 1361, Václav IV, the king in the game, faced a similar situation. In 1402, he was taken captive, leading to prolonged negotiations for his release and fighting between the nobility and the German inhabitants of the royal towns. Such advice came from a somewhat surprising source. Little is known about the earlier rise of Szmil Flaszka of Pardubice, except he studied at the University of Prague in the 1350s, and in 1394 was appointed the chief notary of the land court of the Panska Jednota. It was also around 1394 they composed the allegorical poem Nova Rada, the New Council, which is a beast fable. What beasts are described here? The wolf is one of them. With his shoulders mantled in a grey hair suggesting a cowl symbolizes the rapacity of certain monastic orders, with an interpolated reference to the falsification of documents which caused Shmuel's ancestral estates to be forfeited to the king, one of several cases where Václav deprived noble families of their land by the feudal right of reversion. He's also associated with the much-resented new men who Václav had taken to his council and allowed to buy positions in the land court. So, you know, the wolf is definitely not considered very good or useful in this. The lynx is military, the camel is charity, the elephant has the moral upbringing, the peacock urges modesty, or actually urges less modesty. Václav was notorious for slipping out in humble garb to enjoy the low-life pleasures of the town, and the horse agrees advocating the splendors of the tournament. So, even though the wolf is physically quite rare, shows up in moralizing texts, specifically seeming to offer somewhat, bad advice. So there you go. It's really funny that there's one for Václav IV, for the German nobles of the town of, in 1402, would be new. I wonder if we'll see that in the game. It's called the New Council, chat. If you see it, start, like, spamming random things. It'll probably be many, many hours, but if you see it, start spamming, because I think that would be a really fun reference for them to have brought in. There you go. Kieran, are you happy with that research? Does that seem like a reasonable summary of the social reality and literary
Gossiping about it won't do anyone any good.
You think
hopes?
the first person I meet?
No, I just want
or literal uses of the wolf in medieval Bohemia here? Where'd the innkeeper go?
How can I continue?
Howdy.
What can
Sorry.
I do for you?
Food and board.
What do you have for sale?
You don't have pretzels. What's the point? Like, come on. What's even the point of doing this?
Why are you wasting my time if you don't want any?
I want room and board. I want to sleep until morning.
Can I get something to eat?
And
I just want to...
all right then.
Alright.
All right.
How's this?
More.
Alright. I'll do that.
I knew we'd come. Anyone can sleep like.
Where can I find my room?
It's upstairs, right behind the stairs on the left. It's easy to find. There's a
Green wreath over the door.
green wreath.
Beautiful.
I need to keep it clear for real poetry.
Right, and you've come up with some
What
real
poetry?
pearls, haven't you?
Too right I have. How about the Ballad of Sinful Sally? Or my opus, Ode to Ale?
Right. Ale, ale, you stir my blood and make the ugliest woman look good. You call that poetry? It's the bleating of a goat.
It's a poem that every man Jack can understand, unlike that airy-fairy, lovesick whiny of yours that not even the parish priest can make head or tail of, and he's nearly educated.
Art for its own sake. That is the true goal of real poetry.
Jesus, there's no talking to you. Let's drink.
Aye, let the ale flow and wash away the bitter taste of discord.
What are you two talking about then?
Ah, a peasant like you would never understand.
Ugh, try me.
Well, looks can be deceiving. If I weren't so kind-hearted, you might annoy me with talk like that.
Wise counsel indeed.
There's no kenning, right?
My name is Henry.
Then sit, noble Enrico, and give your verdict on our
He's
dispute.
fake Italian.
Don't be shy. Come and sit with us.
Oh,
It's
this is
Henry.
excellent.
H.
No, it's Yindrich. J-I-N-D... whatever.
Any tanner or bathhouse boy could be called Henry. Enrico is nobilissimo.
Oh, for the love of God. Will you just tell me what you were discussing?
It's just that my dear friend George here is a vulgar louse who knows as much about the art of
Yeah,
poetry as a baying donkey.
To tell the truth, my last encounter with verse didn't end all that well.
Really? Come on, let's discuss it over a beer.
Man to man, poet to poet.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say I was...
Oh boy. No!
You gonna tell me what you're talking about?
It's about nothing less than the very essence of the art of poetry.
And also about the fact that Michael here hasn't got his oats for ages, and it's got his brain in a twist.
Kindly ignore our friend George here. He's been a simple soul ever since he was dropped on his head as a baby.
Freedom. I figure that poetry ain't to be found in inspiration from the muse. All the truth in the world is right there in ale, roast pig, and fucking.
To the point
Oh,
where
boy.
fornication and drinking leave no time for actual composing. Better to forego
Right.
the pleasures of the flesh and give oneself to art.
Definitely.
Orate l'altissima poeta.
Aye, aye. Keep your hair on, mate. As I said, he's not in his right mind. He once met an Italian poet, and ever since he thinks he's Dante Alighieri.
Alighieri, you dolt.
Wolfie, thank you for the gift sub to Gabby and to
Why
Kieran.
should a poet seek inspiration?
So, okay. Apparently this is the whole thing that we're doing now. This is an answer with no easy question. Wait, hold up. No, actually, I'm going to stand by that one. The answer is yes. The question, you asked the wrong one. So, we're currently having to decide whether the romantic poetry for its own sake, posh Italian, is correct, or whether hedonistic pleasures are the thing that one ought to compose poetry of. Now the thing is, you could cite very learned and very competent poets to support either of these from this period. To support George, who here has heard of a Welsh poet called Gwerfyl Mechain? I'm already, like, this is already a game not suitable for some people, so we'll commit to this. I suppose I should arguably content warning these poetries for being incredibly thirsty. No? Anyone? Alright. I'm going to assume the ringing silence from chat is an indication that people do not know about Gwerfyl Mechain. So, she's from slightly later than this. She lived about 1460 to 1500. So, a little bit different. But she's from moderately upper status in what? Sort of eastern Wales. She's known for poems that, when translated, include such titles as Ode to Pubic Hair and Ode to the Vagina. She's also writes religious poetry that is not less horny, Let me be very clear, her religious poetry and her sex poetry are in fact the same poetry. That is a Venn diagram that is a circle. So, you know, this puts, she is one of the most famous poets working in Welsh. You could also look at ecstatic passion poets within. Let's see if is it Hildegard? I think it's it is Hildegard von Bingen, I believe. Describes kind of the eroticism, right? Describes the manic, ecstatic visions of Christ in aggressively erotic terms. So, hello, History Mystery. You came in on an interesting thing. I was saying that this is a more complicated question than it seems because both of these idiots on screen. Okay, well, I stand by it, but there's another idiot off screen as well. Are trying to argue about where should poetry come from. And so I was introducing everyone to a Welsh poet from the 15th century named Werfel Mechain, who writes the most explicitly horny poetry you've ever seen. And even nominally, chaste, religious, sanctified figures like Hildegard von Bingen write in pretty explicitly sexual terms. Dramatic reading when? That's on you. Let me see if I can... Ooh, wiki source. Perfect. Oh, it's in Welsh. Well, there you go. And thank you for the follow, History Schmistery. By the way, it's a great name. Thoroughly enjoyed that. So the wiki looks like several of Werfel Mechain's, looks like 4 of them are on Wikisource, but they're all in Welsh, which does turn out to make that more difficult for me to show them. Is it Werfel? Huh. I thought it... Really? It's not the vowel W, it's a consonantal W? Oh, no, the F is. I'm blind. I literally just misread everything horribly. Okay, Wervel. Yep, got it. Incredible. I told you at the beginning, I am not responsible for my own thing, but here. If someone wants to read it for themselves, there is a link to the full text on Rejected Princesses in translation right there. Translation by Doffeth Johnston. Admittedly, she starts out by, every foolish drunken poet, boorish vanity without ceasing, never by a warranted eye of great noble stock, has always declaimed fruitless praise in song of the girls of the lands, and then rapidly gets much more explicit. So, she starts off by roasting people like George for being, boorishly vain. But that never stops anyone. And you could, in fact, dress it up in religious terms. You could also get... rest in peace, my Google search history, as if it wasn't already ruined by looking up these things again. Demonetization warning. Demonetization warning. It speaks for itself, frankly. What a nice little hat it has, right? So, genitalia pilgrim badges are extremely common, in further intertwining the material and the hedonistic and the religious all at the same time. So, George the Hedonist has a point. Now, Michael the Poet also has a point. I think we saw some of those in KCD1. Definitely, maybe. Christina de Pizan, who's alive right now in the game in Paris, is a professional writer and poet, and she wrote in addition to her complaints about the Romance of the Rose and the Book of the City of Ladies and her treatises on virtues, wrote a lot of poetry. And it's really damn good poetry. Ballad 17. If all my writings are about sadness, it's no surprise, for a heart in mourning cannot have joyous thoughts. Asleep or awake, every hour finds me in sadness. To find joy is difficult for a heart that lives in such grief. I can never forget this great, incomparable suffering which brings my heart to such torment, which puts into my head such grievous despair, which counsels me to kill myself and break my heart. To find joy is difficult for a heart that lives in such sadness. I cannot write sweet things. Whether I want to or not, I must complain bitterly about the evil which I must bemoan. It makes me tremble like a leaf, this pain that attacks me. To find joy is difficult for a heart that lives in such sadness. So you can write very beautiful, heart-wrenching poetry on very learned things. There's one ballad that is very learned and mentions mentions the Trojan War. Pallas, Juno, and Venus wanted long ago to plead before Paris the wrong done to them. Each one said that in her opinion she was the most beautiful, and that her powers far surpassed the others in all things. These three powerful goddesses make the world go round despite their discord. But may God recommend me to Pallas, for from Juno I will have no comfort. This is 15th century poetry, yes. Christine de Pizan died in 1431, and is actually, when were her ballads written? Not there. Not there. Looks like the 1390s. Some of her stuff was. She was a public figure beginning from about 1406 to 1418, who would be writing in French for the most part. Yeah, so she's writing under her name. Actually, in 1401, she begins debating on the merits of the Romance of the Rose by Jean de Meaux, and specifically saying it sucks real bad. And so, in 1402, she publishes the Livre du Chemin de l'Anresture. In 1403, she publishes the Livre de l'Imitation de Fortune. And then in prose, she writes Le Livre de la Cité des Dames and La Vision Christine by 1405. So, she is the first woman in European history to make her entire career as a professional writer. So, there are people composing poetry, women composing poetry for many centuries, but she's the first one to make that her job. In the 12th century, Marie de France is active in the court of Henry I of England, but that doesn't seem to be her whole career. She just kind of records and or composes a set of Britannic romances, and that becomes a manuscript that circulates under her name. But we know very little else about her. She probably didn't earn money for this. She probably was involved in the court in other ways. So, Right, so 12th century and much earlier, we have female poets. But the 15th century, we have both very learned and very banal male and female poets working in a professional capacity. It's pretty great. Turns out there's some pretty cool stuff happening in the 15th century. Now, I do think it's really funny that Michael the Poet is misinterpreting Dante Alighieri. Because, like, we all know... Okay, the Divine Comedy... I shouldn't say we all know. Not that many people have actually read the thing. The Divine Comedy has 3 parts, right? It has Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. And it gets increasingly abstract and moralistic the later on you go. And so, like, Paradiso is actually very learned, very virtuous, and ignore the fact that his guide through heaven is the person he is incredibly horny for. I just mentioned that religion and horniness were deeply intertwined. Don't worry about it. It also sucks. Inferno is far and away the most enjoyable one. And this is him doing something really transgressive. So Dante, in the early 14th century, was being intentionally transgressive by writing in Italian. He was also being intentionally transgressive by writing in all the people he knew in real life who he disliked. And throwing them into hell. And so, right, even though Dante is now being held up in the 15th century as this great, noble, like, erudite poet, he is very deep in the weeds on the ground, political bullshit, and also slightly horny religiosity. He did put 2 popes in hell, including the pope who was pope while he was alive. He was, Dante was involved in one of the many fights between the Holy Roman Emperor and the Papal States. And he was a supporter of the Holy Roman Emperor. And he lost his home and status because of that. Yeah, no, see, sorry, he was not writing in Latin. He was writing in Tuscan Italian. Writing in Latin is the good, responsible, good, like, polite thing to do. Writing in Italian is spooky and transgressive, and how dare you write something for the peasants. Poetry is not for the peasants. So, both Michael and George here, my opinion is they have completely failed to understand the poetry that they are claiming to draw on. And but also both have a valid point, because you can draw it from either spot. So which one do we want to say is correct? Chat, what do we think? Which one do we want to pretend is right? I know what Hans would say. Mr. Chicken himself would definitely say, incredible, go for it. What poetry does Henry like? Henry doesn't know poetry. Henry has had bad experiences with verse. Right? They're both insufferable. Hedonist shitheads, who think they have something to say, bad. The fake nobilitas, also bad. You've read the whole Divine Comedy and couldn't understand a thing that was happening in Paradiso? That happens, don't worry about it. Right, the problem is George sucks so much at poetry. I don't really think I want to be subjected to any of his verses. This is a hard choice because all options suck. To bring in the Serbian collection of erotic poetry, collected by arguably Serbia's most important linguist, and he thought it paramount to preserve the culture of the people. Based. You like the idea of me pulling up a chair and informing these two guys that they're both wrong? Just have the right books on your table. Actually prepared, present, and ready. And then have some bonus books on the table just in case you need to prove them incorrect in another culture. I got this while I was on vacation. I've been looking for a translation from not Amazon for a hot second. Let me tell you, she's so petty. Chat, do any of you know who... Do you know this book? You should. It's Year of the Weeb material. And part of the ongoing attempt to get through the rest of Japanese history up to the Sengoku Jidai before it matters. Heian Japan primary sources. You want someone who's incredibly learned and incredibly good at poetry, and also a completely awful person? She got you covered.
Aye, not a bad day.
Like the definition of completely insufferable because she knows so much. Anyway.
Well, I rather doubt it's to be found in beer or some wench's cleavage. Those might be nice to look at, but an artist should seek inspiration in higher things.
Demonstrate to them what the higher thing should be.
Let's drink to that.
However you look at it, you, my friend, as a worldly...
And highborn.
Clever.
Experienced.
No.
Intrepid.
Stop it.
Unique. In short,
Stop
just
it.
the right fella.
Stop. He's got peacock feathers.
With something.
Beautiful. See? That's the sort of thing that we love, that we want to see inspiration from. Right there. The Virgin Mary being so cool and pure that she punches the devil in the face. Solves the problems with violence. What's this about?
What are you after?
Enrico, we are in need of an adventurer.
He has peacock feathers in his hat.
H-E-N... something...
In short...
Look, I get confused by Arhachek too. Yindrich, don't worry about it.
A man of action, a man of goodwill, a man of knowledge, a man...
A fucking good fella.
A fellow who helps his fellow man. Aspiring minstrels.
Emphasis on the aspiring.
You knew, mate, what genius is sleeping in our throats. Songs just waiting for a voice to raise you to the heights of glory.
I shout to these two barmaids being like, what the fuck is going on?
A hapless, hoe-wielding hero harassing the heartless hordes of
humans?
That's it! Hark! Henry the Lionheart, the only thing missing for you to achieve glory is...
A lute! We need a lute!
Alright, but where would I even get a thing like that?
You step away to put together a plate for dinner and come back and they've decided Henry's Italian. Well...
E una altra la lepre. He who seeks shall find. Or something like that.
And finding it won't be hard. We've done a bit of snooping, and there's only one in these parts.
It's hanging all forlorn on a wall at the carpenters in Troskovitz.
Can I buy it from
The
him?
house directly opposite the
Are you going to ask me to break
It
in?
ain't no use to him, but he won't sell it, the tight ass.
Well, if it were in our hands...
In our hands, it will sing like a nun on Sunday.
And it will be the torch lighting our way from this provincial purgatory to the gates
They
of
do.
Gutenberg.
They do. Their pathing seems to have gotten stuck a bit.
Shit, you want to fucking burn it?
It's a
Yes.
metaphor, you ignorant oaf.
All right, I'll see what I can do. Please just quieten down for a bit.
Yes, we got recruited to do a loot heist.
God be with you.
You're
See
pathing.
you.
Do you really think Henry can handle it? You know what the carpenter said. He won't sell that loot for a king's ransom.
Don't lose faith, my friend. He'll handle it just fine. Perhaps he'll make a deal with the old man. Either way, it won't cost us a thing anyway. And don't change the subject.
What do you mean it won't cost you a thing? You didn't think I was doing this for free, did you? Well, maybe I could do it if you promise to never compose poetry in my presence again. Do you think you two could do that? I'll get to you, but you're gonna have to never compose poetry in front of me again. And also, those peacock feathers are awfully nice. You sure I can't have those?
I'll drink to that. Well, you want another?
Might be the only way to keep anyone from bothering anyone with their shit. Yeah. You're so right. So I'm glad I can't see shit. Ooh, thank you. I'm gonna need that for next time I get into a fight and mess up horribly. Sleep. Sleep, sheep, sheep, sleep, sheep, sleep. Sleep. I didn't say they couldn't never compose poetry again. I said I never want to hear them compose poetry again. 2 moderately related sentences. Right. Are you arguing the apples are too big for the time period? Oh, definitely. Are you kidding me?
Greetings to you.
The odds that they are too large? Like, yeah. 100% yes. What's up there? A new quest. Hi. And a Radvan, and a Maypole, and a Shepherd up there. Bunch of shit in Troskovitz. Alright, let's go to Troskovitz. Also, I'm glad those, you know, the brigands that we fooled earlier did not get, you know, did not show up at that tavern and recognize me and go like, hey, what the hell are you doing? Ooh. We gained more levels. Tell me more. We have more agility. We should get that one. And we should get asceticism or thick-blooded. The art of asceticism is inherent in permanence, but any pilgrim surfer traveler knows that lack of food is a fairly common affliction of medieval man. So knowing how to get by on a little comes in handy more often than you'd like. And we'll do that so that way when I get into fights I have more leniency so I don't get obliterated as badly. As badly. Still badly, just not quite as badly. Ooh, wait, is this terracing? It is. I love it. Acknowledging that terracing is like a technology that can just exist with dry stacked stone as relevant walls. Phenomenal. They really do environments better than everyone else, don't they? They don't do stamina better than anyone else, but they do natural environments extraordinarily well. Difference between ending a fight half dead instead of just plain dead. It's a big deal. Like, it seems pretty darn clear to me that, nothing good is coming from me in combat. And so things that are going to make combat less atrocious. That are going to make combat less atrocious. That's a problem, huh? Alright, I hear you. We're backing away slowly. Those wolves aren't nearly large enough. I don't think medieval wolves are that much smaller than modern wolves. Probably less well nourished. On average. No, that's not true. Well, like, that was a German Shepherd-sized wolf. A wolf is twice the size of a German Shepherd and 3 times as fluffy. They're both smaller and larger than you feel like wolves should be. Right? Because, right, if you expect, wolves, something that can take down a moose, well, it's like, oh, actually, they're not that big. But then you put it next to a dog, and you're like, wait, actually, that's quite a bit bigger than you feel like it should be. Good morning, everyone. Hi, yes, wake up, everyone. Good morning. You're gonna get a child eaten if you don't wake up and get this pig out of the way soon.
I'm here looking for a girl from Zheleov. Pavlena. Have you seen her?
What? Leave me alone. There ain't no girl here.
Alright. You're a bit sus, but that's fine. Oh, Poppy. Yoink. Cabbages! A new codex entry on what? Apothecaries. Oh, that is a good idea, Kieran. Googling says around the size of a Great Dane, right? That feels about right. Hi. Yes, I'm not allowed to pet you. It's not giving me an option. I understand you're a very good boy. But, like, I can't pet you. I'm trying. Don't bark at me. I'm trying to pet you.
God be with you.
Good morning. Sorry,
Have you seen Pavlena around here? A young girl from Zhelyov. Sells baskets here sometimes.
I don't know no Pavlena. Sorry. I hope you find her soon.
Kitty!
Take
Kitty.
care, then.
No! Ah! Where'd it go? What? The kitty faded into another plane of existence. I'm so sad. Dimension kitty, no, I just wanted to pet you. Bara, hello.
I'm looking for a young girl named Pavlena. She's missing. She was supposed to be selling baskets here. Do you know anything about her?
I don't know, no, Pavlena. Sorry. I hope you find her soon.
Alright.
Oh, I just remembered.
Hmm?
Oh, never mind.
I really better go.
Good luck.
I'm not allowed to actually help you with your... Now that I came into Water Goblin's treasure. Oh, I should have said that out loud.
Not unless I can.
Oh, I didn't even do nothing. Good morning, Bailiff. I'd like to report...
I'd like to report an ambush. Some scoundrels attacked my lord's retinue and killed our men.
That's a serious matter. Where is your lord?
Well, he left.
I don't understand why he's not lodging a complaint himself. And why not directly at the castle? He has that
Great question.
right as
By
a
the
lord.
way, look at his
It's
hat.
a long story. My lord got very angry and then went missing.
Sorry, fella, but I'm not sure whether you're making it up or lying to me.
I thought we were going to
If you
report the
were telling
ambush.
truth, why don't you bring your lord here and we can talk it all over calmly? I'm
Well-
sorry, lad, but until then, I've got more important things to do.
Understood.
I'm looking for Pavlena, the daughter of Bozhena from Zhelyov.
Right. Phenomenal
She
hat.
comes here selling baskets and other items.
Aye, I know her.
Do you know if she's been here in the last few days, Master Bailiff? I'm a bit worried about her.
I haven't seen her myself, but you can ask around the village. Try the houses along the road to Zhelyov.
Mhm.
She'd have to pass that way.
Yeah.
Has Pavlena got any friends here? Acquaintances?
There's Roman, who brings us
Mhm.
wood.
Roman? Who's he?
A woodcutter like his father. May he rest in peace.
Aw.
He lives just off the green. His
Okay.
hair is red like embers. You can't miss him.
And Pavlena's on friendly terms with him?
You could put it like that. Roman's pa wouldn't be too happy about his son being with an outsider like her. But all he can do now is look down and weep. Not that Roman ain't a decent lad. Honest and hard-working.
That's
It wouldn't
important.
surprise me if Pavlena left her ma to be with him.
Well, I don't think that's likely. Pavlena left all her things at home.
Still and all, you could go and ask Roman if he's seen her or not.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about Pavlena?
She used to live here with her mother. But then we drove them out.
Well, yeah, you
She's not the
mentioned
kind
that
of girl
part.
you'd notice
Just
much.
gotta
But she
gloss over
knows
that
how
one.
to take care of herself. I
Gotta-
let her come round here because, well, maybe I've gotten soft in my old
Gotta-
age. But I reckon children shouldn't have to pay for their parents' sins. Don't you think?
Why did you drive them out of Troskovitz?
Yeah, that.
What happened?
Bozhena was our midwife. It ain't the cleanest trade, but it's needed. Women all over the domain used to call
Uh-huh.
for her help with births. Only, as it turned out, bad help is worse than no help at all. I won't go digging up old grievances, but believe me, we had cause enough to drive that old witch out of here.
All right.
Do you think anyone here would want to hurt Pavlena?
Troskovitz is a decent village. You'd better watch your mouth.
I didn't mean to imply anything of the sort.
What's new in the county, Master Bailiff?
I heard something's going on in
Not in Tachov again.
Project the Innkeeper is probably coming up with some mischief to pull on the Zhelyevites.
Midwife suspicion,
Well, then,
classic of the genre.
Their bickering is making work for me. And
Yeah.
now I've been visited by one of the local peasants. He said he found more fresh graves behind his field, just below the village, along the road to Nabokov.
What do you mean, more? You sound like this isn't the first time.
That we found someone buried here? Don't even ask. I've been digging up bodies ever since that bandit gang started running rampant.
Well,
Most of them
explain
are von
the
Berger's men.
giant,
Also, if it
the
wasn't
like
bad
really
enough,
big
that
shield.
gang of bandits is rampaging through the region. Now someone's stealing cabbage from
Not the
peasants.
cabbages.
What a disaster!
Cabbage?
Aye, and the peasants won't stop bugging me about it. I was just visited by a peasant from Jadar. He's been talking my ears off for God knows how long. Say, do I really have to do this?
No.
Do I have the time to look for some
No.
moron stealing cabbages? And that's about it.
That
You
sounds
are
interesting.
strong.
Thank you.
My cabbages! I am not.
Excuse me. I'm looking for the man who was in the pillory with me yesterday. Have you seen him?
I can't help you with that. You'll have to find him yourself. Greetings to you, sir. Bless.
I need some help. I'm looking for Pavlena, a girl from Zhelyov. She comes here to Troskovitz selling baskets and ointments, and she didn't come back from her last rounds. Do you know anything about her?
Oh, I know the girl you mean. I've seen her with that woodcutter lad. Roman, I think. Try asking Dushko. He knows all the woodcutters. He lives along the way from the rat house to the butcher's. Till we meet again.
Okie dokie. I need to identify. Isn't this the rat house? This will be the inn. So we just need to identify where the, you know, butcher's is. Sharpening wheel, scribe, trader, alchemy band. So there's the rat house. Carpentry and joinery. They're doing all sorts of fun stuff out here. It's important work. There's the trader. There's the apothecary. This has not really told me. And then there's no more town. So... Rat house.
Huh? Huh?
I didn't do anything.
What do you want?
Nothing. Huh? Some random guards. Well, this doesn't even look like it's in town. So that's not right. Well, I do, so there's Zhelyov, so somewhere on this road, leading out this way, there'd be something, right? Right. Radovan, Tahov, Kobiana. Wedding party out there. Point of interest, hipster. Defeat Tomcat in a duel. Fresh graves down there. And supposedly there'd be someone down this way. You never found the puppy? Oh no. Did you find pebbles? Because I assume if you can find... Oh, good, Gabby. How did you enjoy that? Having Richard on was such a treat. Right, all the VODs for that one should be on YouTube. I'm bad at uploading VODs. I've got the last few games all saved, but not uploaded. But I think I got all of those up. I think. If someone was able to watch it at this point, it must be that they were, rob the grave. R.I.P. Thaumaturgy streams, shush. Ah, and Wolfie.
Poor fella. He's not lying in consecrated
Thank you so much for the gift sub to History Schmistery. Whoop. Oh. Can I rebury him? So those were von Berghoff materials. That's odd. Are we just a spot of grave robbing? I think the way I've been performing, you should be grateful that I grave robbed the guy with a shield. Really? No one's come out to clean up this? Well, I suppose, actually, they may have unloaded the cart. Right? Because if I'm about to get into a fight, it seems to me that you should want me to be wearing a shield. And I can just equip it before I get into a fight. We're not going to do too much of it because it makes us filthy and also makes us EP. But there you go. Fidelia, hello, welcome with the huge raid. Hello everyone. Come on in, make yourselves at home. My name's Adam. I'm a medieval historian. Whoops. Apologies for the slight amount of spam. Smidge less. And you'll be good, Miss Tori. No worries. But yeah, I'm a museum curator and museum or a medieval historian. And having a great time. So we're talking about... We had a digression into 15th century poetry for George and Michael, the collective bunch of fools. To tell them that they're both wrong. Because history tells us they're both wrong. And so yeah, if you like talking history in games, hang out, follow. And make yourself at home. Faye, were you also playing this game? You're playing something else? And very horny religious poetry. Look, history also tells us that people were very horny all the time. Have I played the 1212 AD mod for Attila Total War? No, I haven't. Actually, I really haven't played much Attila Total War in general. Because I really only got into like regularly playing video games in 2013. And so there's a lot of games that have been on my backlog for very many years on the, oh yeah, I can and should go back and clean this up. And then, if you know anything about, the video game industry, it's that they have a bad habit of releasing new games. And then releasing more new games. So, Ooh, doing some co-working, pointing your way by Stranger Peace. You're an English Renaissance specialist. Amazing. I love it.
Did you see Bit of Barn or what, looking like that?
Yeah, sorry, I may have... Look, do you have a spot I can get washed up? I could just jump in the river. I guess I could do that. I don't think that actually counts as washing, though. Exactly. You'll have to tell me about your research sometime, Faye. Because, that sounds very fun and very cool. My background is medieval Scandinavia, 13th and 14th century literature. So, but I did do a little bit of Renaissance stuff back in undergrad, so there you go.
They're the ones claiming it's in scripture. Who knows what's really in it and what they've made up? And if only lying was the worst of it. But you know full well they steal and kill and rape poor, defenseless women.
Oh, I can't even talk to you. I just have to...
Protect your innocence. Run to the nunnery and give yourselves to God.
You do understand this is the southern edge of the map, right?
Go home. All it takes is a bit of night in your husband's food, and you'll be safe again.
Whoa!
God will understand.
Hello, Toggle Master. Good to see you. A Stranger Peace, that's absolutely so lovely to hear. Thank you. Virtue ethics and social epistemology. Those are both fun things that are far above my pay grade. But I'm so delighted to hear, and thank you so much for recommending folks come over. I really appreciate it.
The Lord be with you. What do you need?
Fish?
What do you have for sale?
Fish. Crayfish, dried perch, dried trout, drinking water, herring, perch, smoked trout, and regular trout. Give me that smoked perch.
I hope you'll be satisfied, my friend.
Horse! Bonjour, horse. Indeed. It's not murder if your quality of life is bad enough. This priest... Look at it. Ah. You don't see these in games. Not like in use. Historical fish traps. Exactly. All we need is an eel sticker, and now we're at peak history. Actually, I don't know if there are eels in the Vltava. Let's find out. European eel range historical. Wait, yes, just barely. Rare. So, in the present day, they're in central and western Bohemia. And they're not really in Moravia. So, we're kind of on the edge of the European eel territory. That means we might get eel content. Your latrine's awfully close to your river, dude.
Did you sleep in a barn or what?
Yeah, I'm looking for a place to get washed up. Could you help me with that?
Well, I apologize for the stench. Sometimes I have to spend the night in the forest.
Could I just get washed up, though? Like, you're a mill. Surely you have a good source of water for me to get washed up at. These beehives?
You may say that God created Adam and all men in his image.
Wait, are these beehive? We're getting eel content and Google Doc content in the same stream? True, right? New historicist text model, but also early modern English phonetics. Yeah. Look, just learning new things is completely valid. I do not gatekeep. My whole job relies on...
Sorry for this stench.
Relies on there being people who are willing, who are just interested for interest's sake, and they'll come actually show up and see exhibits and go do museum work, go to museums, because they want to. And so I love when people are just interested and having a good time. I think that should be encouraged. There we go, I'm now washed up. Apologies for that. Anyway, they're doing laundry. We haven't had a codex break in a while. Chat, do we want to have a codex break? Yeah, codex break. Witchcraft. What have you got for us? Codex break. Codex break. By the way, also Miss Tori and Genesis D, thank you for the follows. I do, like, super duper appreciate it. So, I've had some complaints with this codex. I think it is sometimes the codex weirdly editorializes. Alright, Faye. Go get some food. Thank you so much for bringing your folks over. Appreciate it. In the checklines... sorry. Finish the thought before I start a new thought. Isn't that usually good practice? The codex sometimes is weirdly editorializing, and so if I think it is doing that, I'm gonna call it out, or we're gonna, like, do some research together to try and confirm that. Okay? Witchcraft is something I know a smidge more than average about. There's a couple of really, really, really good books on witchcraft and magic in the Middle Ages. Richard Kiekever has a book by that title. And it's very good. So, in the checklines, any practices connected with magic that were intended to harm rather than help, especially by women, were regarded as witchcraft. It is already incorrect. In the early Middle Ages, witchcraft was divided into two: white magic, beneficial and associated with healing, and black magic, curses, hexes, and abuse of magic for iniquitous purpose. That division shows up in the 16th century. Do I have a book rec list somewhere? I don't. But that's a really good point. I should. It's also more of an English and Italian thing. It shows up in some Italian texts. Right? Kiekefer instead describes a system, that the actual system that goes on here in the Middle Ages is a three-way system. So you have magia, which is what will become black magic, out of a corruption from Greek into Latin. Right? Necromantia to necromancy into necromancy. Yes. Research time? Well, now I have to. That's a PNG file. That's not helpful. This one. Open. There. Gib magic lore. Open with Firefox. Guess what? Thank you for the research time redemption. My name is you. This is the book. You have Ronald Huddin's The Witch in arm's reach. Can consult as needed. We have now, between the two of us, we have two of the three main books on medieval magic pulled up at a moment's notice. I do love being around here. Have I mentioned that you guys are great? Have I done that recently? Because you are. Let's see if he has one on Bohemia. Does he? He's got Norse and Irish, magic as crossroads, common traditions in medieval magic, courtly culture, Arabic, necromancy, prohibition, So he does not have one on specific that will go specifically into Bohemia. Still. Case studies. Two 15th century manuscripts, so we're close to the right period here, which magic plays an important role. A household management for Wolfshorn Castle in Tyrol, and a manual of demonic magic in the Bavarian State Library in Munich. The Wolfshorn handbook shows the place magic might hold in everyday life. Compiler was an anonymous person involved in a large estate. The book is in German, and the compiler is a layperson. It deals with a lot of practical concerns, illness, cultivation, protection, pest management, etc. It contains instructions for regular things, preparing leather, making soap and ink, washing clothes, and catching fish. Intermingled with such advice are medical prescriptions. Claiming the authority of Aristotle and other learned men of antiquity, the compiler tells how to diagnose and treat fevers, ailments of the eyes, and other medical problems. Further added to this potpourri are prayers, blessings, and conjurations. Medieval people who assembled this would never have thought of themselves as magicians, but the book contains elements of what we call magic. It recommends taking the leaves of a particular plant as a remedy for fever. Before using these leaves, though, one is supposed to write certain Latin words on them to invoke the power of the Trinity, and then one is to say the Lord's Prayer and other prayers over them. This in itself will count as religion. This must be repeated before sunrise on 3 consecutive mornings. Religion and magic support each other in the treatment suggested in this book for a speck in the eye. The prescription begins... Keycapper mentioned woo! Munich Manual mentioned woo! Yeah. Saint Nicasius, the holy martyr of God, had a speck in his eye and besought that God would relieve him of it, and the Lord cured him. He prayed again to the Lord that whoever bore his name upon his person would be cured of all specks, and the Lord heard him. Thus I adjure you, O speck, by the living God and the holy God, to disappear from the eyes of the servant of God, whether you are black, red, or white. May Christ make you go away. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Oh, good. In the Wolfshorn book, the concrete healing procedure is not explicit, rather the legend is followed by a few snippets of religious vocabulary, Eos, 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 Tetragrammaton, and then by the unrelated counsel that a person suffering this affliction should write a matter of Latin and nonsense, Rex Pax Nox in Christo Filio Suo, on his cheek. Fuzzy lines. So, as Keycapper goes through this book, it is a long book, right? It is 240 pages long. He describes 3 main groups of medieval thought in the early Middle Ages. Early meaning up to the 12th century. He describes mirabilia, or marvels. These are things that are not magical. These are folk medicine. These are things that are not understood, but are based in observation of the physical world. And are hidden or semi-hidden properties of plants, animals, and stars. Aristotle is incredibly influential in the categorization of marvels, and traditions like the bestiaries, John Mandeville, a little in sort of the 15th century here, and Old English texts like the Marvels of the East, all help, and treatises on gemstones, other stuff, all sort of create stacked layers of folk occult properties to natural things. Those are marvels, right? Natural magic, exactly. Right, so like De Re Lapidis has like a thing where if you put jade into a thing of wine, it will extract poison from it. Not jade, jet, sorry. Right, a black stone, jet in a glass of wine, any poisons in it will be extracted. Cool. Great. Did that work? No. Would we look at this as magic? Yes. Is it neat? Yeah. Category 2. Miracles. Miracles are not magic. They are God saying it shall be so. God's infallible. Who are we to judge if God says to do it? Actually, I'm guessing a bunch of you just got ads. Let me refill on water and then we'll pick up with miracles more, okay? Give me just a sec, because I am fully out. Be back in a minute. This is so interesting. I'm so glad to hear that. Yes, so, right, God is infallible. God can do shit that the rest of us can't do. I'm sorry, it's fine. And yes, as Arcanist points out, this is a loophole used a lot, because there's lots of things that are impossible. According to Thomas Aquinas, no. I think that Thomas Aquinas says, yes, magic is possible, no, it's not a big deal. I don't remember exactly what. Sometime around Thomas Aquinas, things start to change. But there's a couple of big church fathers who say, no, witches cannot be real. Literally impossible. Or for werewolves, right? Massive number of reports of werewolves. Albertus Magnus? Yes. You're absolutely right that it's Albertus Magnus. It's like, no. Their official church doctrine is that witches don't exist. Therefore, stop accusing your neighbors of being witches. But yeah, but yes, God could turn someone into a wolf, right? Werewolves don't exist. I mean, I guess God could turn someone into a wolf, but like, yeah. It's probably not that. If you have witnesses that will confirm that it was that, we'll consider you for sainthood. Or at least, you know, benediction. You need a couple more miracles before we'll actually consider you for sainthood. But you know, so yeah, sometimes God just breaks the rules, and who are we to question God's will? That's miracles. And then there's magic. And by the late 15th century, early 16th century, magic has developed into something really quite precise, which is the summoning and control of demons to enact some sort of typically malicious, though not always, end within the material world. Is this John Dee territory? Yes, that's right. As we get into, well, John Dee would call himself a natural philosopher, right? He'd be really into the experimental borders of marvels, but also doing a crap ton of really weird stuff. John Dee is not comparable to, like, most people, though there are a lot of, like, alchemist, magician, natural philosophers who are doing kind of insane things. But you do get some... Let me grab my favorite book. Maniculum? True. I was just hanging out with Zoe and Mac earlier today. They are brilliant. You should go check them out. Let me grab my favorite academic book of all time, because it's got some good early examples of witchcraft. Hint, it's a pope. The coolest pope, the pope who's only cool after he's dead. In a truly shocking turn of events, the book was on the shelf where I thought I had put it instead of next to my desk because I forgot to put it back. This is Medieval Robots. That is an academic book that you can buy, and it rules so much. Okay, the Liber Iuratus Honorius tends to describe them as terrestrial or sublunar angels. Yeah, well. Just because they feel uncomfortable about saying that they're summoning demons doesn't mean they're not summoning demons. They can say whatever they like. Also, what weird shit are they doing within the Aristotelian framework where there are superlunar angels? The whole point of the invisible war is that it's occurring in between the earth and the heavens. Okay, true full-blown celestial angels cannot be bound or commanded in mission because they're direct instruments of the will of God. Fine. So they're just saying that we're harnessing the forces that exist in sublunar space fighting demons for the salvation of mankind, and you're harnessing them instead. Mechanism, magic, nature, and art? Yes, it is. It's very good. So. That's Gervais, that's not Sebastian. Sylvester, not Sebastian. Pope Sylvester II. According to legends that began to circulate in the early 1100s, Gerbert used either necromantic or astral magic to create an oracular head. Successive versions of this tale from the 11th and early 12th centuries illustrate a gradually broadening idea of how foreknowledge could be attained. Instead of demonic intervention, divination might rely on the legitimate subjects of the quadrivium, specifically astronomy. So, he gets put on trial as a corpse, and supposedly had a giant bronze head that would tell him the future. You know, as you do. I don't know about all you. I keep my giant bronze head that whispers secrets to me next to my washing machine. So, get with the times. Would alchemy be considered a part of witchcraft? Alchemy is sort of... People who disliked alchemy accused it of being witchcraft. People who practiced alchemy were extremely argumentative that it wasn't witchcraft. Did they still end up in jail for it? Yes. Sometimes. There's a paper bull that outlaws it alongside witchcraft by one of the Popes. There's a guy who gets arrested in Spain, I think, around the start of the Black Death for doing alchemy. And there's some blurriness as to what he's considering what he's doing. It's bonker. Look, the farther into occult stuff we get, the blurrier these boundaries become. Because unfortunately, probably not surprisingly, the advantage of being a spooky shit TM is that you're circulating this knowledge through sometimes ciphered texts, through texts that circumlocute around the topic rather than being very precise and specific about it. Texts that engage in puzzles for the fun of puzzles. Words are difficult. And there's a lot of competing ideas from different perspectives, from people who wanted to be able to do this, people who didn't want to want to do this, people who were actively involved in prosecuting this, etc., etc. And so the more occult you get, the more hidden you get, the fuzzier the boundaries between these fields becomes, and the more cases there are where someone is doing multiple of them, further muddying the waters. But yeah, all of this detour is to say that it is not in the early Middle Ages that there is a divide between white magic and black magic. And in fact, in the early Middle Ages, there is a strong train of thought that says magic doesn't exist. So, thank you, game. We were playing a video game, weren't we? This tends to happen. If you're new here, welcome. This happens a lot, actually. Some magic of the period is definitely classed as maleficia. Yeah, definitely. Right, there is absolutely malicious magic. Right, for people who think magic exists, there is definitely a malicious magic. In the 15th century, there's the beginnings of increased acceptance that magic is real, and specifically, maleficia is real. Right? That you can just go hurt other people, and in fact, you know, various omens, various problems you're having can be attributed to midwives, nomads, neighbors who are kind of assholes to you, and pagans. Did I miss any, Arcanist? Those would be the main groups. This general distrust will build over the course of the 15th century. But in 1486, a couple of inquisitors who really suck so much so that the official church stance is that this book should be burned in its entirety, is the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, which is the treatise on witchcraft, and is the thing used to justify the witch crazes and burnings of the 16th and early 17th centuries. The church was the church was anti-King James for other reasons. But yeah, Malleus Maleficarum was heretical, bigoted, and dangerous to women by the Inquisition of the Holy Roman Empire. The Inquisition was like, nah, bro, this ain't it. Stop cooking. Get him out of the kitchen. Sadly, people liked the recipe anyway. So, there we go. Anyway, let's pick up here because I think it looks like the rest of this entry does kind of get better. Right. The divide between white and black magic doesn't exist in the early Middle Ages. It emerges in the very late Middle Ages. But magic included divination, necromancy, alchemy. Oops, we just talked about that. Put like 7 asterisks about that. Herbalism, and entrenched pagan customs and rituals, which had originally constituted an integral part of medieval society. I spoke too soon! What do you mean? Arcanist, would you like to join me in screaming into the void for a moment? Right? Thank you. So, there are entrenched pagan customs in medieval folk society. There's also a shit ton of weird stuff that's just part of medieval folk Christianity. But most accusations of paganism as witchcraft is not actually directed at intense old bits of pagan culture that have been sublimated into medieval Europe. It was directed at the Sami. Like, and the Lithuanians. But yes, Arcanist is elaborating on the historiography where this idea comes from, namely Margaret Murray's secret pagan feminist society that persisted definitely from Roman times. Yep. And that the church is patriarchal and oppressive, and it was in folk communities that were more matriarchal that things persist. Yep. Yeah, and it was just the church trying to stamp stuff out. Yeah. Yeah. Specifically the Sami and Lithuanians. Yes, because those are the last two pagan groups in Europe. All people accused of being witches throughout the Middle Ages were really witches, and they're practitioners of the matriarchal alternative religion that survived since the Chalcolithic. I forgot that it was since the Chalcolithic! I'd forgotten about that! I thought it was since, like, the late Bronze Age. No, that's so much funnier. But yeah, Scandinavia took the whole... the Protestant countries in general, and Scandinavia in particular, took this whole witch-burning thing super seriously. And used this as an excuse to enact ludicrously oppressive policies on Sami populations, and to continue to justify crusades and the forced violent conversion of the Lithuanians in the 14th to the 17th centuries. So, yeah, no, they didn't need to look to entrenched ancient pagan customs. They looked at the pagans. And then used it to stamp out the pagans. Even though the Sami had largely converted to Christianity by the time the witch hunt started, they did keep no idea as cultural figures. And so you do get the obliteration of one of the few practices that you could really quite properly describe as shamanic in the subarctic. Ever listen to Heilung? Oh yeah. Heilung's music goes hard. Their shows are their live shows are too overstimulating for me, but their music's real good. Yeah. Leland. Ah, the historiography of witchcraft. What a terrible thing. By the end of the 15th century, efforts to eradicate witchcraft culminated in senseless witch hunts and persecution of anyone involved with magic. You're right, this is Margaret Murray. Just accepting that the people accused of being involved with magic were actually involved with magic. That's very funny. The persecutions peaked around the end of the 16th century when hundreds of people fell victim to the zeal of the witch hunters. That is not funny. This sucked so much. As well as the Inquisition, many superstitions and half-truths have arisen concerning witchcraft, but only a few are grounded in the truth. Although many were convicted and condemned during the period, most of those accused of heresy or witchcraft escaped unscathed. On the contrary, it was often those who had denounced them with covetous intent and whose accusations proved to be false who were punished. More people fell prey to lynch mobs and fanatical self-proclaimed inquisitors than to institutionalized witch burnings. Yeah? Oh yeah. You could absolutely trump up charges of witchcraft because you were in a property dispute with your neighbor and they sucked. Isn't there the more reliable Tuscan account that is, yeah, we're not witches, we just go have covens in the wood and take hallucinogens and then our spirit takes our body to go fight witches? The Benedati, thank you. Their name was escaping me. And if you, chat, if you listening to that were like, doesn't that sound like you're witches? That was what the Inquisitors thought too. The Benedati were extremely persuaded that they weren't. Exactly. Right? It's that one SpongeBob meme. So you're a witch? No. But you do this, yes? And this, yes? And this, yes? So you're a witch? Nope. I love him. I love him so much. But yes, your local service magics. Gabbard, the events of this game are immediately after. We are in 1403, so, I guess, asterisk, hang on. After Jan Hus, before the Hussite Wars in Jan Žižka. Okay, there we go. Lifting curses, solving problems, being the crap out of spookums, true. Also, sometimes maybe possibly being schooled at the, spooky school in Transylvania that was run by the devil, and then exclusively trolling the devil. Jan Hus died in 1415? Maybe I'm misremembering that, but Jan Hus's ideas are floating around here already. I would trust Wikipedia over myself for dates specifically. For everything else, trust me. But I'm bad at years. It's actually kind of a problem. So... rock and roll. So yeah, we're in the kidnapping of King Václav IV. Or Wenceslaus, if you want to use the German. Skalitz. Trotsky region. Villages in there. I actually really like this. Right, the justification of their space through references in medieval chronicles. Like, I really like those entries. But yeah. What? Okay, well. That was fun and exciting. Wasn't that a extremely robust... Ooh. Who's on the other side of the... Who's on the other side of the bridge here? Oh, you're done yelling about random shit? Now you're just gonna lean against the wall for a while? Cool. Cool. That man was advocating for murder, just... I would like everyone to remember that he was advocating for women should live chaste lives in nunneries, and if they can't do that, they should commit murder about it. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I want to be on that side of the river. Though I suspect that that's into, like, the next county. And that I will regret this immensely. Got to love a good wandering monastic, right? I'm sure there are tons of medieval husbands who deserve it. I mean... yeah. There may be tons of modern husbands who deserve it. It's more the, really just going out there, and having this cognitive dissonance of go be pious and live in a nunnery and devote yourself to God. Also, ignore the 10 Commandments. They definitely say, it's fine to steal or it's fine to kill sometimes. Thou shalt poison your husband with deadly nightshade. That's yep, that's part of the 10 Commandments. You heard it here first.
Hey! The fortress is closed on his lordship's orders, and strangers aren't welcome around here. I'd advise you to keep moving on.
I understand. Troublesome times. God be with you.
Aye. Same to you.
Thou shalt have a little murder as a treat. There you go. A little murder as a treat. So, what do you think the odds are that there's going to be a bandit within spitting distance of this fortress? Dang, only 2 groschen? That's cheaper than a pretzel. I suppose there's a bow in this run-down, overgrown hut. I don't know, I could hope, right? That is a fun fact. Belladonna is why tomatoes were such a hard sell when they first came to Europe. People looked at them and correctly went, those are nightshades, because tomato is part of the nightshade family. I was like, I'm not eating those. To which the answer is, yep. More for me. Cheese and not pasta. Pasta was a rich people's food. Aww. I'm not going to chase them down with my sword. Also pumpkin spice. That's right, pumpkin spice cheese. And yeah, bread, not pasta. Because pasta is a pain in the ass to make. And so pasta was historically a rich people food. And it wasn't until, I want to say it's the turn of the 19th century. When all of a sudden they finally became, they managed to automate, create the automatic pasta maker. And then all of a sudden, pasta rapidly became a poor people food. Lasagna was a series of flat, empty ravioli noodles covered in ricotta, pecorino, and nutmeg. Notably, nutmeg imported from Indonesia, because nutmeg only grows on the Banda Islands. Just in case you thought that there was, like, short distances involved in the production of lasagna. No. Still, ludicrously, long distance trade behind it. Just no transatlantic trade. Well, yeah, garlic can bring the dead back to life. It is known. Just ask, Odin. Mole, the best food. My god, there's so much map around here. But not a lot happening in this map, it looks like. That's kind of just if I want to fuck off into the woods. I have the power. I should look at if I can fast travel somewhere. That's actually, you know, remotely useful. Can I just go to Troskovitz? There we go. I'm a bit hungry. We have mostly some questionable quality apples, so, and cheese. And an onion? We'll just eat the onion. That'll solve our problem. Imagine the burnt-on stuff in that stew. The crispy bits in that cauldron. Yeah, no, Peter, that checks out. Sand gets everywhere. I've told you guys, right? When I was in undergrad, I was able to study abroad in Morocco. Which is super cool. I highly recommend visiting Morocco. But while I was out there, we got to go out into the Sahara. Lovely experience. I was cleaning sand out of my jacket pockets for 2 years from that trip. Your friend is going to Marrakesh in July. Ooh. Marrakesh, a word of warning to them. Be very careful with their phone in the main square in Marrakesh. Because if they see it out, snake charmers are going to throw snakes at you. And then pay you for the privilege of having snakes thrown at you. You don't need a photo of them that badly. Also be careful in general with your phone in Marrakesh. Those streets are very narrow. Right, like, very narrow and very crowded. So, I would not have your phone out, like, out and visible. And if you do, as long as you don't be a dumbass, you're going to have an incredible time in Marrakesh. Your friend's going to have an incredible time in Marrakesh. Right, shockingly easy to, like, do really stupid stuff while travel. What do you mean? What if my armor got damaged? The servant's hood. And the short tunic. And the... Yeah, no, it's just the... and the... Oh. The things I stole off the dead guy. The things I stole off the dead man are the things that are very heavily damaged. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, you know, I really should have gone, what do you mean? He did get buried in them. I've discovered Tahov. And Radvan. Fantastic. We're gonna quick change our outfit. Actually, those aren't filthy, are they? It's all the other stuff that's filthy.
Jesus Christ be praised.
It can be done very cheap if you don't care about being comfortable. True. Oh! Vacation 6 months in advance? Ugh.
I heard you could use a helping hand at the forge.
I could. My last 2 hands, well, they're not worth mentioning. And what with the wedding coming up, the work is piling up.
Ooh, I've never been to Sicily.
You?
Henry.
I'm Radovan. You should know Henry. The blacksmithing isn't for everyone.
In this shocking turn of events, yes, we have.
Yeah. I basically grew up in the forge. My father was a swordsmith, and not just any. He even forged swords for the nobility.
For the nobility, eh? Well, that kind of experience will come in.
Were we any good at it? No, but that's not.
As it happens, I have to forge a wedding
Nice.
present for young Lord Semine. A fine sword.
Nice.
So
you'll take me on?
Hold your horses. I'll have to try you out first. You could forge me a hunting sword as a test, so I can see if you can make a straight blade. That shouldn't give you much trouble if your father was a swordsmith, should it?
As a history major who wound up working at the museum, reasonable, but you can still travel on a budget, and getting experience meeting different audiences and different cultures is also experience that applies really well to museum work.
Sure thing. I can get started
So-
right away.
Great. Find some iron and get started then.
Iron?
You can't make a sword out of butter.
Watch me.
But if you don't have your own stuff, you can get everything from the chest in my forge. Where'd I have those pliers?
In the chest in your
Go over
forge.
to the anvil and let's get started.
Scrap metal, steel, perfect. Head over to the anvil, start black. Make one of these. Okay.
This is cold now. Give it a practice try. Some things, like swords, are too long to fit in the fire.
Yeah.
You have to heat it up. Try poking it around for a bit. Now get the furnace nice and hot. There's a lever above you. Give it a pull. It works the bellow.
Yep, this is very good. We're not... Okay, there we go. I was like, we're not heating this up very good.
But
But
you won't be able to tell when it's in the fire. You have to take it out from time to time and take a look. Try it out.
that's...
See?
Okay.
That's exactly the straw color we want. You've got talent, lad. Now heat up the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
The whole thing is heated up now.
Yep,
Come
thank
over
you.
To the anvil.
To the
Try
anvil.
moving the sword along the anvil so you can get the hang of it.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Now take the hammer and try hitting it a few times. See the sparks? That's the sign of a good strike. The more sparks, the better. Also, you can hammer with different degrees of power. A stronger hit will do more, but it'll tire you out faster. Try giving it a few blows, as hard as you can, so I can see how strong you are. That's got a nice ring to it. Of course, if it was all about hitting an anvil with a hammer, any dog could do it. You've got to hammer the workpiece evenly. One hit next to the other. Very nice. You're doing just fine. But when I say evenly, I mean it. A sword has two sides, like a lot of other things, including myself. Turn it over and continue on the other side.
Uh-huh. Rotate.
Nice. Now try forging it on both sides. The closer it is to being finished, the more it will take on the shape you want. It'll cool off soon anyway.
I'm not really... I'm going to need to do this again, because it's kind of... like, not going to finish taking the right shape.
It's cooled now. You can't do it all in one go. You've got to put it back in the furnace from time to time. Sometimes you've got to go there and back all day. But it's all part of the craft. Now, get back to the forge and heat it all up again, like before.
You're obsessed with this minigame? This minigame is super detailed. Like... It's satisfying to watch, that's something.
The whole thing is heated up now, so come over to the anvil.
Yeah, I think I got that part. We get another run down here.
See that? Besides the sparks, you can tell a good strike by the sound it makes. That's the ring you want. Sparks. That's the stuff. See how it's taking on the right shape? That's how you can tell it's almost finished. Now, I've got a piece of advice for you. Hammer to a rhythm.
I was already doing that.
Piece to a beat, the work goes by easier. Sometimes I'll whistle to myself to keep the rhythm going. That's some nice whistling.
Is it?
You've got it finished.
Is it?
What's left is to temper it, and the sword will be done. The rest is just tweaking.
Yeah, definitely. What are you doing? Get it nice and hot, and then it goes... And then you make that... Right, this is a very cool... Very cool, and actually a reasonably good approximation of manual forging.
Right. Let's have a look. Very nice work. Your father taught you the trade well.
He'd certainly be happy to hear that.
If you carry on hammering as well as you did today, you've definitely got a job here. Even so, keep in mind, it's all about making sure every strike does its job.
Exactly.
That's why you can't let it get cold, or keep striking the same spot. If you work evenly, each strike falling right next to the last one, you can't go wrong. Got that? Or is there something else you want to ask about?
That's all I need to know.
That's all I need to know.
You can sleep in the chamber by the woodshed. And there's a chest where you can keep your things.
We have
and
a bed.
Of course, you can use the forge anytime you want. Any questions?
Where can I get
Where
materials?
Can I get materials? You can buy some essentials from me. But
Yeah.
if you want to make a fancy sword with lots of ornamentation.
No,
you'll
I
have
want to
look
make some
elsewhere.
cash.
This is just a village, you know. The locals ain't after luxury.
Yep.
They can't afford it neither.
Beautiful. What can you do with them? You can
What
use
I
them or
do
you can
with
sell
the
them.
items I've forged?
Well, you can sell them. Though you probably won't have much luck around
Bed
here.
acquired.
I'll
Honk
happily buy
shoe.
some of the nicer things from you.
What now?
What do you think? You're not going to be idle. I'll find you some work to do right away. You're pretty good at swords, but what the locals really need is
More
axes and
useful
horseshoes.
things.
Right. Here are some simple drawings that show what they're both supposed to look like. And some iron. You can get down to it right away.
Just like that?
Seriously, Henry, are you...
Sacre, lad. I chose you because you already know a thing or two. I'm not going to look over your shoulder all bloody day.
It is
You
our
take
first
care of
day.
these smaller jobs. Forge away as long as you're able, and then sell it all. Once you've made some coin and feel like being out in the open again, I'll give you some more interesting work.
It's very funny that it took Henry this long to go, maybe I should use the trade I grew up doing. Is this my bed? I think this is... no. It's not clear to me which one's my bed. That's obviously not my bed. Anyway, I can eat from the pot. The steel... Beautiful. Now, I am curious. The hunting sword we made is better than the one we were given. Look at that. We're so good at this. But yes, obviously we should have gotten... Obviously we should do that. Anyway, we're going to not do that. What quest is this? Steal the maypole. Ah,
God bless.
Ah, shit. Why are you running tallow candles in the middle of the day? Prochak, are you made of money? Prochak.
That's a beautiful maypole you have there. You don't see that every day.
What's this man
Reckon all
doing
the other
running
villagers
tallow
must envy
candles
you.
in midday?
They sure do. Them Geliovites try to steal it. But our fellas kick their asses. Why are you so interested in it anyway?
If it was up to me, I'd have at least 5 fellas with clubs standing around it, and have them beat up anyone who dares walk by.
And who'd be left to work in the fields then, eh?
Oh.
No, that's not the way to
You
go
make a good
about
point.
it. And if someone had bad intentions, Henrik would show them how we do things here in Tahoe.
Now you made a sword blade
That's
make
the one
17
thing
horseshoes
he's
and
good
a
for.
scythe blade and a shovel.
I
True.
wanted to ask about Henrik.
What about him?
Did he do something to you? Sounds like you're not exactly fond of him.
Incredible.
Aye, I'm not. He's been getting on my nerves ever since he got together with our manker. I'm afraid he'll mess with her head and run off with her. Just like his bloody brothers did.
All of them?
Where did they go?
What do I know? One day they just packed up and wandered off.
Yeah, well...
The village wasn't good enough for them, I reckon.
Tahoe, you're
I
not
wouldn't
exactly...
mind if someone went and beat the thoughts of Manker out of his head. Maybe someone not from around here.
Yeah, alright.
I could manage that.
He's not much of a fighter, but I reckon if you call him a vagrant or something, it'll surely rile him
Would the
up.
blacksmith also
And
make
I'll
things
remember
like
you
nails?
Did me a little
Yeah.
favor.
Absolutely. It's in fact probably the most common thing that they're making. In the Middle Ages though, right, you wouldn't always be using iron nails, you might be using wooden pegs. But you'd still have a shit ton of iron nails. In Jamestown, there was such a lack of nails they would steal them off of other buildings. Phenomenal. Maybe they shouldn't have moved into, you know, the middle of nowhere on a settlement that they were like, yeah, we definitely, no. Drop spindles. Plan out your own things. Don't. Hello. I hate that we're just saying lovely maple to everyone as if that's a completely normal... Oh, well. Well, well, well. This is a great well. Wait, hang on. This well is amazing. This is about as good of a well as I've seen. One, it's wooden instead of stone. That's great. Two, I love the counterweight and bucket. And three, it makes a lot of sense that a community would have this, because guess what? Everyone needs it. Jump into it. Bad news, it's got a grate over the top of it. I tried. Right. Curse this. They claim to be historical, they won't even let me drown in a well.
Jesus.
What are you growing?
I'll have a look at the wares.
What are you making? Parsnips. That would be it. Yep. Gosh, that sounds good. And leeks. Maybe. Yeah. That would make sense. No. I've never grown leeks. I don't know what they look like in the ground. Sage, hello. Welcome. Arcanist, I have incredibly funny news. I have a mint plant that I've got in one of my herb garden thingies, like a hydroponic little air garden, along with some Thai basil and some parsley. My mint is doing the worst of the three. I have somehow managed to fuck up growing mint. The Thai basil is going great. But the mint is like one scraggly little guy. Deprived to murder, it fails. So true. One thing that's actually very inaccurate.
Got it?
Yeah.
Greetings, Master Guard.
One thing that's very inaccurate is this, man. Look at the size of this town. All 7 buildings of it. Who the fuck are you and why are you here? Right, quite clearly this man is supposed to be soldiery, right? Presumably a soldier in the service of Sir Otto, or as part of the deputized forces of the bailiff down in Toroskovitz. Right? Or, exactly, he's been called up on the levy. He's like the one man at arms that they could put together. Yeah, that sounds right. I don't remember off the top of my head, but that sounds right.
So, this is your famous maypole.
But right, like, he's around as a deterrent for murder hoboing. Right? If we're honest, he is around because the player is going to play in inaccurate ways. And so he is an inaccuracy there to deter that. A town of this size would absolutely never have someone whose job is to be a guard. And even in a city, you would absolutely never have a dedicated guard. That simply isn't a thing in this period, right? You might have one in like Kutnahora, Kudenberg, because the King's Court is there right now. Well, the King's Court will be there in a couple months in the future. And so you might end up with the King's Guard being around. But you're not going to have the, like, a regular town guard. The regular town guard is developed as a vanity project in the 17th century for rich noble brats. The modern police force is developed in the 19th century. And so the guard who's like he's a beat cop. Right? That man is a beat cop. He doesn't exist prior to like the late 1700s, early 1800s. Get out of here with this. Why exactly, Bench Dude? There's a guard so that you can't get away with crime by just murdering everyone in town. And there are no children because they accept that you might try and murder everyone in town, and they really don't want to do that when... You really don't want children to be the around if that's a thing you're committed to. Like, the solution to players wanting to murder Hobo is to simply make certain groups who are unacceptable or, like, morally repugnant to Murder Hobo simply not be in the game. And that way, you know, the pigs won't eat them. If there are no children, the pigs can't eat the children. If you know, you know. Also, Eris, good to see you. Historical accuracy games that want to be committed to allowing players to free tend to exclude children. Yeah. Yeah. Also, yes. Also in my Cat! I am going to bother you! Oh shit, it's zooming. Where did it go? Kitty. It's gone. The kitty didn't want me to pet it. I'm going to crawl off into the woods and be sad now. The real answer is to have God strike you down to your crimes. True and based. I love that as a solution to murder hope. If you're committed to being that bad of a person, may God and everyone on this planet strike you down. It's so tragic we can't do cat photos like in Indiana Jones. Real. What? Who? What? Who? Just because I was running...
There. Good man. If you're looking for company, come and sit by the fire.
God be with you.
Hello. Who? What? Bonjour. Let's play some dice first.
Your luck at dice? What game would you like to play?
Without a badge. We've got a decent amount of cash, I believe.
Masters, let's play.
Come on then, show us what you can do.
Goal of 3,000.
Playing for the first time.
3, 4. Nope. Yeah, is 3, 4, 5, 6 enough? I think I need 5, don't I? Yeah. But yeah, no, in my very lovely Coding Medieval Worlds, hanging out with very cool people all this weekend, the keynote actually observed that the only legal systems in the Assassin's Creed Valhalla are the Animus saying, screw you, you can't kill children. There's so few points in here, I literally don't care. Alright, Gabby. Appreciate it. Appreciate stopping by. It's good to see you as always. So, welcome to the 18th... Or, yeah, welcome to Colonial America. We're passing our time playing Farkle. Alright, this is great. 1, 2, 3, and we score and pass. 1,000 on the first hand. Oh boy, this jerk's cheating. He's cheating, so he's got this horrible mixed match, definitely not legit set of dice, and he still only rolled one legitimate thing. I love how that they're trying to cheat and it keeps not working. Is he gonna keep playing very safe? Come on, play safe. Yeah, he's playing safe.
That's as far as I go. It's yours.
It really doesn't seem that the loaded dice matter, you found? That's honestly so much funnier. Actually, like, legitimately, I can't think of anything funnier than it just being like, oh yeah. Yeah, they've clearly got loaded dice, but it doesn't matter because, they... just lose. Aww. That's alright, we are doing fine. Oh, that's not great.
Yes, that'll do.
Yeah.
What? Oh!
Never mind, he lost it. He lost it on a 5 dice fail. Oh, we're so here. Apparently I'm the one who has loaded dice. I'm just saying.
Why'd I even start playing?
Three twos is like... Actually... Screw it. 1800. We only have to get 200 on the next thing. Let's not get greedy. Oh, good for him. 4 of... That's, yeah.
The dice are falling my way today.
Come on, bust it. Get greedy.
What? Oh,
yep.
Come on.
He was getting greedy because he had no choice.
My word. That's what I call a good start.
That's alright. He has to get, you know, several thousand in a round. I can afford to throw.
My God! Oh, come on.
I love his reactions. He's so dramatic about it. Yeah. What's the earliest known example of a loaded die? I don't know. That's enough.
That can't be. It just can't be.
Alright, so after that very pleasant and good game, what's up?
God be with you, Sir Knight. I'm Henry, and I serve the Lord of Lipa.
And which one might that be? You see, I know several of them.
I might suggest...
It's an old
and
respected house.
Well, my
instead of
lord
the first
resides in
loaded die,
Nassau.
I might...
I don't know, but I rode
I
with
might
the old
ask,
Captain Chenyak of
what's the
Lipa
first
when
fair
Emperor
die?
Charles was still with us.
Forgive
Because
me,
making
sir,
a balanced
that's
die is a
before my
lot
time.
harder than making a
Well,
loaded
of
die.
course. Half a
Just a
century
shitty die
passed
is
since those glorious battles against the Hungarian troops. And all I'm left with today is debts.
Well, I made those worse. Ooh.
So you fought for Emperor Charles, the father of our King Wenceslas?
Indeed I did. My boy, he was a pious and clever king, and as cunning as the devil.
So you stand with Wenceslas too?
Always. The apple has fallen far from the tree. Young Wenceslas is just a foppish coxcomb. Well,
True.
Safe to say, it's all going to the bloody dogs.
Yep,
You
that's...
have debts. Why? Because of the war?
Because the war 50 years ago?
On the contrary, when my neighbor Deslav was on his deathbed, He begged me to deliver his inheritance to his nephew. But that troublemaker is all fighting in Poland somewhere.
A will is a sacred affair. But are you really going to go all the way to Poland?
Certainly not. I'll leave the money in the hands of a monastery and be done with it. Problem is, I incurred a bloody fine on the way and had to pay it out of the inheritance.
Oh dear.
Well, I'll have to get on the road again.
Farewell, and Godspeed.
I know, right? Hopefully the 50 dice groschen we just won is not taken. Also, I just realized how ludicrously much money we just gambled on that. Sorry, the video game economy distracted me for a moment. Let's see if I can find anything on, anything useful on the wages and the value of the groschen. Do I have anything good there? No. Do I have anything good? This is all so much later that it won't be helpful, will it? Yeah, that's all 18th century. Does this have any 15th or 16th century prices? No, this is all 17th, 18th century. Lame, boring, boo. I definitely could pay back the herbalist now. I'm not quite gonna do that yet because it's an inconvenient walk to get down to here. I'm just gonna say, like, it's inconvenient. I'm way up here right now. Next time we're in the area, we'll pay her back. Yeah, 3 groschen 50 for a pretzel, which is that the same as it was in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1? I don't remember. That I might be able to find, actually. Price 1.5. Oh, they may have fixed it, actually. Hang on. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Price 1.5 groschen. Pretzel in Kingdom Deliverance 2. Durability 4 days, weight 0.1, price 0.1. I don't know if that's the sell or the buy price, though, because those are scams. So, if that's the sell price is 0.1, they have fixed their economy. Because we did the math, and the 1.5 groschen that it had cost was like a week's worth of wages for a free peasant in Bohemia in this period. Right, my friend Jan, who is an academic who was at Charles University and specializes in medieval Bohemia, was able to find some of that information. And I was like, yeah, a pretzel cost a week's worth of wages for the area around where Skalitz now is. So if they've cut the price on that, they have made a puppy. Yes, you're a very good dog. If they've done that, they've actually fixed their economy to be a reasonable cost for a pretzel.
I hear you have some problems with wolves.
You can say that again. Those fucking mangy beasts are eating my sheep. They take them like they were for sale at the market.
Did you notice an ordinary mutt amongst those wolves?
You know, there might have been. I didn't get a close look at them.
Ah, yes, here are the wolves, and here's the small yellow one.
That could have been Mutt.
If I understand you, you're looking for your dog and think he might be with those wolves, right?
That's right. I'll have to find that pack to see if it's him.
I'll say, since you're already going after that pack, would you mind doing a good deed? If you kill those furry fuckers, there'll be a reward in it for you.
Why not? I can kill two birds with the
We
one
may
stone.
not actually do this, don't worry.
Great. It'll be well worth your while.
I hope so. Where can I find that wolf pack?
I was grazing my sheep up on the slope last time. By the
At least it's historically plausible anti-wolf
learned to go
propaganda.
there. I don't take my sheep there anymore. But those fuckers still go sniffing around over there.
So we'll bring your flock up there again and wait and see if they come.
Are you fucking mad? I don't want to lose any more sheep.
Yeah, Henry, that was
some bait.
Not even one single sheep. I promise I'll look after it.
Well, I could lend you Ignatius. He's the
Ah,
stupidest rat
shit.
I've ever seen. Or the brightest. Depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean? Can he do somersaults? Does he know how to count?
That'll be all I need. The only thing that little devil knows how to do is piss me off. When I want him to move, he sits still. When I want him to sit still, he fucks off to where I can't find him.
I know people like that.
Right. But you can tell a person to fuck off. But when it's a sheep, you're wasting your breath. And on top of that, you have to take good care of him.
So I'll take Ignatius.
I wonder
and
if
use
saying
him
that
as bait.
he can do
Right.
somersaults is an
But
Elden
he's
Ring
so
reference.
stupid he's smart. I'm certain he'll come back to me.
All right. I'll take Ignatius and go and have a look around that forked birch. Will he come with me, or will I have to lead him up somehow?
That bugger will follow you himself. Just wave a carrot in front of his face. He's mad for carrots. I can't even count the times he's rammed his way into
I
my
may
house
need
to
a
get
carrot
some.
as well, then.
I happen to have one here. If you take it with you, it'll
There you
follow
go.
you around like a loyal dog. When you get to the pasture, just throw the carrot and then go and hide. Ignatius will stay there.
Where can I hide there?
There's a thicket across the
Oh,
road.
no.
But don't worry. If the wolves go after the sheep, they won't notice you. But you'll hear them from far away as they get closer. I don't know anything more horrifying than the sound of their damned howling.
All right,
See, my
Ignatius.
friend?
Why do they call you Ignatius? All right. Keep it to yourself.
I'm sorry. Now come over here.
How are you, Ignatius? Sorry. I thought now that we're partners, you'd be a bit more talkative.
That's fully just a person. That's a sheep. That's a person saying. Lead poor Ignatius. Alright, so E's over there. So we're looking for G up this way. Right? Look, Ignatius talks back to us significantly less.
Don't you think we've been chatting long enough? I'm glad. Let's go and get this over with.
I love him. Honestly inspired. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Look, the power of being a big dumb goof.
Do you want to go back home? You must be afraid. Mike, you aren't afraid of anything. I respect that.
The power of being a big dumb goof is going to keep him alive, I believe. I trust in him. And we'll just intercept them if they go after him. It's very funny that Henry is imagining Ignatius as his brave and loyal companion, right? Look, they're exactly the same.
Forked birch. I think I've found the spot. Well, Ignatius, I'll put your snack right here. Now, come and eat it up. Once you see a wolf, just out loud, and then run away. All right? I'll be hiding in the bushes, and we'll jump out to save you in time.
See ya. We'll definitely jump out and save him in time. Ignatius is a better traveling companion than Hans. True. Hang on, did I mess up my inventory here? Yes, I did. There we go. Wait, no. That's a wild dog. No, Ignatius! Let's please actually hit. Yes, thank you. Thank you. These are tiny, tiny wolves. For the record. What? Why did that attack not work? Please attack! Good God, Henry. Could you fucking attack? Literally ever. At any point. Do you think you could he could, like, swing his sword literally ever? Anyway, we at least should have gotten a save right there. No, we got a save here. Alright. Well, this combat... I'm gonna need to think about how to do this before we do this with Ignatius. I wouldn't think combat was supposed to be that tough, but you know, apparently Henry's solution is to just, you know, feed. I'm just saying, apparently Henry's option is to just kind of flail about randomly instead of do anything remotely useful. Alright, folks. So, we have, however, been going for 4.5 hours. So, as we wrap up, again, quick question for everyone. Tomorrow is the start of another Steam Next Fest. So, would you like to see some indie games, indie game demos, or would you like to see more of this? Because we will be live earlier in the day tomorrow, because I'm going to sleep at a reasonable amount of time. What's the vibe? What's the preference? What time are you on tomorrow? Probably like 2-ish Central. And then go for, hopefully, yeah, probably about the same time, so about 6 hours tomorrow. More of this seems cool. Alright. Cool. I'll probably, like, take a peek at the Next Fest stuff and see if there's anything that we need to talk about. Steam Next Fest is tomorrow. Here, let me pull it up. Because there's so many. They do these like 3 times a year, and it continues to be just so much. So many things. So, many thousands of demos. Some of which are, you know, medieval. Actually, very few actually medieval this time. Or mythological. Or stuff like that. So we can take a look at some of those as options. Or we could play more of this, or we could kind of do a little bit of both. We could do a little bit of both. We could start off with, we could do a couple hours of Steam Next Fest news cap, poke around a couple games, and then boot up this, if that seems like a good compromise. Have I considered dunking on Civ 7? Yes, but I want to do it with friends. I want to hang out with some other streamers and do multiplayer Civ 7 to dunk on it, and scheduling has been sure something. So, yes. So yeah. Well, we can revisit this tomorrow too, but one of those things, some combination of Next Fest and more Kingdom Come will be going on here. Sound good? Fabulous. Well, then it was an absolutely lovely time. Like the idea of Next Fest a little and then KCD? I think that's great. Cool. Yeah. I'm so glad you stopped by. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Alright, let's roll the credits and then find someone to send you all over to. And there we go. This was a big one today. Thanks, of course, to all of our patrons who always make this possible, but also thank you to Sage, Genesis D, Miss Tori J, Faydalia, History Schmistery, and Relentless Glacier for the follows during stream, and to Gabby B, Kieran, and History Schmistery, and Wolfie for gifting all of those. Faydalia, again, also, thank you for the raid. It was very lovely to have you around. Let's see who's going on. Oh. Not a lot of folks on, actually, still. So, we'll just call the stream here. And hope y'all have a very good night. Bye-bye.